He didn't want to get involved. At 68, he'd earned the right to mind his own business. But sometimes the woods don't let you look away. Type 6 inches the comments. All right, meet Walt. Walter Bergen was 69 years old and done with people. Not in the misanthropic way, just in the way that comes when you've spent 40 years managing them tourists who didn't understand hypothermia, hunters who didn't respect boundaries, kids who thought the woods were a goddamn playground. He'd been a park ranger for the Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore from 1975 until he retired in 2018, and in that time he'd learned that most people were idiots when it came to wilderness. He lived now in what used to be the old ranger station off County Road 58, about 8 miles outside Munising. The Park Service had decommissioned it in 2015, sold it off cheap. Walt bought it with part of Claire's life insurance money. Felt wrong using that money at first, but she would have liked him having the place. She'd always said he was happier in the woods than anywhere else. She'd been right, though happier wasn't exactly the word anymore. More like less miserable. The station was small, cinder block and timber, built in 1968, when they still made things to last. One main room with a kitchenette, a bedroom barely big enough for the bed, bathroom with a shower that ran hot maybe half the time, wood stove in the corner that he fed every morning, every evening, propane backup for when he couldn't be bothered. He could be bothered most days. Gave him something to do. It was the second week of January, and the cold had teeth. Wind came off Superior like something personal, driving snow sideways across the property. His thermometer read 8 below at 6 a.m. He'd been up since 5. Old habits. Coffee was already made, sitting in the percolator on the stove. He poured a cup, black, no sugar. Claire used to put 3 sugars in hers. Drove him crazy. Now he'd give anything to watch her do it again. Her photo was on the mantel above the stove, next to his ranger badge and a faded picture of their daughter Emily at her college graduation. Claire at 62, 2 years before the Alzheimer's diagnosis, still had that smile, still had those eyes that saw through his bullshit. 3 years she'd been gone now. 3 years since he'd watched her forget his name, forget Emily's name, forget how to feed herself. The last 6 months she'd been in the memory care facility in Marquette, and he'd driven up every day, sat beside her while she looked at him like a stranger. Sometimes a kind stranger, sometimes a scary one. When she finally died pneumonia, technically, but really it was the disease he'd felt relieved. Hated himself for it, but couldn't deny it either. She'd been gone long before her body gave out. The woman he'd married had disappeared 2 years before she died, and he'd spent those 2 years grieving someone who was still breathing. He drank his coffee and looked out the window. Snow had piled up overnight, 3 or 4 inches on top of what was already there. His truck was a white lump in the driveway. Woods beyond were a study in grey and white, tree trunks dark against the snow. Beautiful, if you could forget how much it wanted to kill you. His phone was on the table, old flip phone, not one of those smartphones Emily kept trying to get him to buy. This one made calls, got texts, had a flashlight. That's all he needed. The screen showed 1 missed call from 2 days ago. Emily. He'd call her back eventually. She'd ask how he was doing. He'd say fine. She'd tell him about her job at the architecture firm, her boyfriend Mark, her life in Chicago that had nothing to do with him. 20 minutes of polite distance. Then they'd hang up and not talk for another month. His fault, mostly. He knew that. When she was growing up, he'd been at the park more than home. Summers were the worst peak season. Every day, some crisis. Claire had raised Emily practically by herself, and Emily remembered. Even now, at 34, she remembered. He rinsed his cup, set it in the dish drainer. The morning stretched ahead like it always did. Check the woodpile, maybe split more if his back was up for it. Drive into town for groceries if the roads were decent. Avoid Darlene at the store, who still asked how he was doing in that voice people used for widowers. Come home, make dinner, watch the news, feed the stove, go to bed. 70 years old in March. This was what he'd earned. A house in the woods, a dead wife, a daughter who called out of obligation, and a routine that kept him from thinking too hard about any of it. He pulled on his Carhartt jacket, wool-lined, older than Emily. Boots that had seen better days but still kept his feet dry. Gloves, hat. When you lived this far out, you didn't fuck around with the cold. Outside, the wind hit him like a fist. He tucked his chin, headed for the woodshed. 40 feet felt like a mile when the air was trying to flay you. The shed was stocked. He'd spent October making sure of that, but he liked to check daily. Old ranger habit. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, but don't count on best. That's when he saw them. Tracks. Leading from the tree line, across his property, right up to the back porch. Then, away again, back toward the woods. He stopped, steam from his breath whipping away in the wind. Big tracks. Too big for a dog. Too big for a wolf even. Bear. Wrong time of year and wrong pattern. These were bipedal, 2 feet. Human-like, except no human had feet that size. 16, 17 inches long, maybe more. Wide across the bole. Deep impressions even in the hard-packed snow. Walt crouched, pulled off his glove, touched the edge of one print. Frozen solid, so not fresh. Yesterday, maybe the day before. Hard to tell with how the wind had scoured them. He followed the trail with his eyes. From the woods, straight to his porch, then back. Whatever it was, had walked right up to his house, stopped, stood there for a while. You could see where the snow was compressed, like it had waited, then turned and left. He stood slowly, knees popping, looked toward the woods. Trees were silent, snow heavy. Nothing moved. But he had the distinct feeling he was being watched. Hell, he said out loud, just to hear something besides wind. 40 years as a ranger, he'd seen plenty of weird shit. Illegal camps, poachers, lost hikers who swore they saw things in the trees. He'd filed reports, nodded along, never bought into it. The UP had black bears, wolves, coyotes, the occasional moose, that's all. Stories about Bigfoot or Dogman or whatever the hell else people claimed that was for tourists and cryptid podcasts. But these tracks, he pulled his glove back on, walked to the porch steps. The prints led right up to his back door, right to it. Something had stood here, close enough to touch the handle if it wanted, close enough to look through the window into his kitchen. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and that was a feeling he trusted. 40 years in the woods had taught him to trust it. He went inside, locked the door behind him, stood in his kitchen, heart beating a little harder than it should, looked at the phone. Should he call someone? And say what? That something with big feet visited his porch. Terry Olson would laugh at him. Terry was the current head ranger, 38 years old, thought Walt was a relic. Calling him would just confirm it. No, he'd wait, see if it happened again. Could have been a prank, could have been his eyes playing tricks, could have been a lot of things. He spent the rest of the day inside, restless, glancing out the windows more than usual. Made himself a sandwich for lunch, watched the woods. Nothing moved except wind and snow. By nightfall, he'd almost convinced himself it was nothing. Then came the knocks, 3 of them, slow, deliberate, heavy. He was sitting in his chair by the stove, book open in his lap, some thriller Emily had sent him for Christmas, still unread when the first knock hit the door. Front door, not back, solid, hollow sound. Wood on wood. He looked up. Second knock. Lower, heavier. His hand went to the shotgun propped beside his chair. Remington 870. Loaded. Safety on. He'd kept a gun near him since Claire died. Not paranoia, just practicality. Out here, response time from the sheriff was 40 minutes on a good day. Third knock, softer than the other 2, but still there. He stood, book falling to the floor, crossed the room in 4 steps, hand on the doorknob. 40 years in the woods, he knew the sounds of the woods. He knew wind, branches, animals, the groan of ice on the lake. This wasn't any of those. He opened the door. 2 shapes huddled on his porch, small, hunched, covered in dark matted fur, shaking. One was maybe 4 feet tall, the other slightly smaller. Not human, not animal, something in between. The smaller one held something in both hands, a branch, cedar, with the needle still green. Offering it forward like a child offering a drawing to a parent. They didn't make a sound, just stood there, snow swirling around them, eyes wide and dark and terrified. Walt's first thought was, this isn't happening. His second thought was, they're kids. His third thought, if I close this door, they'll die out here. He'd seen hypothermia plenty of times, knew the signs, the shaking, the confusion, the way the body started to shut down. These two were soaked through, fur crusted with ice. They'd been out there for hours, maybe longer. Jesus Christ, he said. The taller one flinched, but didn't run. Walt looked past them, into the darkness beyond his porch light. Nothing moved out there. No adult figures, no backup. Just these two, alone in a storm that was picking up, wind howling like something alive. He should close the door, should call someone. Wildlife Services. The sheriff? His brain was trying to process what he was seeing and failing because what he was seeing wasn't possible. But they were shaking, and they were kids, or whatever passed for kids in whatever species this was. Ah, hell, Walt muttered. He stepped aside. Get in here before you freeze to death. They didn't move at first. Then the taller one he could see now, it was slightly older, maybe 6 or 7 in human years, if that even translated, shuffled forward. The smaller one followed, clutching that cedar branch like a lifeline. They crossed his threshold, tracking slush and snow. He shut the door behind them, locked it, then stood there with his back against it, heart hammering. What the hell had he just done? The two of them stood in his living room, dripping, shivering, staring at him with eyes that were too intelligent to be animal, too wild to be human. Okay, Walt said, mostly to himself. Okay. He moved slowly, hands visible, the way you'd approach a spooked animal, crossed to the linen closet, pulled out 2 towels and an old wool blanket, brought them back, set them on the floor a few feet away. The smaller one darted forward, grabbed the blanket, wrapped it around itself. The taller one took a towel, hesitated, then started wiping at its fur. Walt backed away, gave them space. His mind was racing. What the hell were they? Where did they come from? Why his house? The taller one's eyes tracked him, watching every movement. Not aggressive, just wary, assessing. Walt went to the kitchen, hands shaking slightly. Made himself do something practical, because practical was all he had right now. He cut 2 thick slices of bread from the loaf he'd bought 3 days ago, slathered them with peanut butter and honey, the way Claire used to make them for Emily when she was little, put them on a plate, brought it back, set the plate on the floor, stepped back again. They didn't move. It's food, Walt said, feeling ridiculous. You're hungry, right? Eat. The smaller one looked at the taller one. Some kind of communication passed between them, a glance, a tiny movement. Then the taller one moved forward, crouched, picked up one slice, sniffed it, took a bite. Its eyes widened. It ate fast, stuffing the bread into its mouth, chewing, swallowing. The smaller one watched, then grabbed the second slice, did the same. Walt stood there, watching 2 creatures that shouldn't exist devour peanut butter sandwiches in his living room. What the hell? He said quietly. They finished eating. The smaller one still clutched that cedar branch. The taller one was looking around now, taking in the room. Its gaze stopped on Claire's photo. Walt followed its eyes. Claire smiled down from the mantel, frozen at 62, healthy, whole. The taller one made a sound, not words, but something in its throat, soft, questioning. My wife, Walt said. Didn't know why he was talking to them, but couldn't seem to stop. She died 3 years ago. The sound again, different this time. Sad, maybe, or he was projecting. The smaller one moved to the wood stove, drawn to the heat. It pressed close, steam rising from its fur. The taller one followed, and they both sank down onto the rug in front of it, blanket and towel wrapped around them. Within minutes, they were asleep, just like that. The adrenaline crash, the warmth, the food their bodies gave out. Walt stood over them, shotgun still in his hand, though he'd lowered it without noticing. They were kids. That's what kept circling in his head. They were someone's kids, and someone had lost them, and somehow they'd ended up here. He looked at the cedar branch, still clutched in the smaller one's hand. Not just a random stick. It had been cut clean, bound with grass in a careful pattern. Deliberate, meaningful, a gift, an offering. Outside, the storm howled. The temperature was dropping. If he'd closed the door, they'd be dead by morning. Walt put the shotgun back by his chair, grabbed the quilt from the back of the couch, the one Claire had made 20 years ago, blue and white squares, slightly moth-eaten now, and carefully laid it over the two sleeping forms. They didn't stir. He stood there for a long time, watching them breathe. Then he walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside. The woods were dark, no movement. But somewhere out there, someone was missing these two. Someone was looking for them, or someone had left them here on purpose. He let the curtain fall, turned back to his living room, two impossible creatures sleeping by his stove, a cedar branch on his floor. His whole understanding of the world tilted sideways. "Claire," he said to the photo, "what the hell am I supposed to do now?" She smiled back, silent and unchanging. Walt poured himself 2 fingers of bourbon, sat in his chair, and waited for morning. Sleep wasn't happening tonight. He kept the shotgun close, not because he thought he'd need it, but because it was the only thing that still made sense. The wind screamed outside. Inside, the fire crackled. 2 small chests rose and fell under Claire's quilt. And Walt Bergen, 69 years old, retired park ranger, widower, man who'd earned the right to be left alone, sat watch over 2 creatures that shouldn't exist. Because apparently, the woods weren't done with him yet. The grey light of morning came slow and reluctant, like it wasn't sure it wanted to show what the night had brought. Walt hadn't slept. He dozed maybe twice, jerking awake each time with his hand on the shotgun, heart pounding. But the 2 shapes by the stove hadn't moved except to breathe. Now, with dawn creeping through the windows, he could see them better. Their fur was drying, fluffing out in the heat. Dark brown, almost black in places, lighter around the face and hands. Hands. They had hands, 4 fingers and a thumb, nails that looked more like claws but blunt at the ends. The taller one's hand rested on the smaller one's shoulder, protective even in sleep. The faces were, Christ, he didn't have words for the faces. Flatter than human, broader across the cheekbones, noses that were almost snouts but not quite, eyes set wide. When they'd been opened last night, those eyes had been dark brown, almost black, with too much awareness behind them. The smaller one stirred, made a small sound. The taller one's eyes opened immediately, head lifting. It saw Walt sitting there, tensed, but didn't bolt. They looked at each other across the 6 feet of space. Walt in his chair, coffee long gone cold in the mug beside him. The creature on his floor, blanket pulled around it. "Morning," Walt said. "Because what else do you say?" The creature blinked slowly. Didn't respond. Probably didn't understand English. Hell, probably didn't understand the concept of language the way humans did. But something in that blink felt like acknowledgement. The smaller one woke up, whimpering slightly, pressing closer to the larger. The cedar branch was still clutched in its hand, needles slightly wilted now but still green. Walt's stomach was growling. Probably theirs were too. He stood slowly, joints protesting. 69 years of bending, lifting, hiking, it all added up. Some days his back reminded him of every stupid thing he'd ever done. Today was one of those days. He went to the kitchen, started making breakfast. Scrambled eggs, toast, bacon, simple food. He made extra, put it on 2 plates, instead of 1, brought them both to the living room, set one on the floor near the creatures, kept one for himself. They watched him warily. He sat back in his chair, started eating. After a minute, the taller one reached out, touched the eggs with 1 finger. brought the finger to its mouth. Its eyes widened again. Same reaction as last night with the bread. They ate. Not gracefully, not with utensils, but they ate. The smaller one tried the bacon, made a happy sound that was almost a chirp. First sound he'd heard from it that wasn't fear or cold. Walt ate his own breakfast, watching them. Part of his brain was still screaming that this wasn't real, that he'd finally cracked, that he was hallucinating. The rest of his brain was dealing with the practical reality. 2 creatures in his house, cold outside, no idea what to do next. When they finished eating, the taller one picked up both plates, brought them to him, set them at his feet, stepped back. "Thanks," Walt said. It tilted its head. He took the plates to the kitchen, rinsed them. When he turned around, both creatures were standing by the front window, looking out at the woods. The smaller one pressed one hand against the glass. They wanted to leave. Of course they did. This wasn't their place. But something had brought them here. Something had made them knock on his door specifically. Walt joined them at the window, looked out at his property. The snow had stopped, but everything was buried deep. His truck was still a white lump. The woods beyond were silent, heavy with snow and cold. And then he saw them, figures, in the tree line. Not close, maybe 100 yards out, but there. Shapes too large to be human, too upright to be bears. Standing still, watching the house. Walt's breath caught. The taller creature made a sound, a low hoot that vibrated in its chest. The smaller one echoed it, higher pitched. There were 6, maybe 8 of them out there. Hard to tell with the trees and shadows. But they were there, and they were waiting. "That your family?" Walt asked quietly. The taller one looked at him, then back out the window. Made another sound, softer. Walt understood. They'd come for the kids. But they weren't coming closer, weren't approaching the house. Why? He thought about the tracks from yesterday. The way something had walked right up to his door, stood there, then left without knocking. Like it was checking. Like it was making sure. And last night, these 2 had come alone. No adults with them. Just 2 scared kids in a blizzard, knocking on a stranger's door. "They wanted me to see you first," Walt said, more to himself than to them. "Wanted to see what I'd do." The taller one looked at him again. That intelligence in its eyes. A test. This whole thing was a test. Walt's hand went to his chest, pressed against where his heart was trying to decide if it wanted to keep working or give out from stress. He'd let them in. He'd fed them. He'd kept them warm. He'd passed. But what happened now? He went to the door, unlocked it, opened it a crack. Cold air rushed in. He stepped out onto the porch, jacket still on from last night, raised one hand. Not a wave, just acknowledgement. "I see you. I know you're there." The figures in the trees didn't move, but he felt something shift. A tension releasing, maybe, or building. Hard to tell. He went back inside, closed the door. The 2 young ones were looking at him with something that might have been hope. "You want to go back to them?" Walt asked. The taller one shook its head, human gesture. Clear meaning. "No. You want to stay here?" A pause, then a nod. Slow, uncertain, but a nod. "Why?" Walt asked. Wasn't expecting an answer, but he asked anyway. The smaller one held up the cedar branch, still gripped tight in its hand. Offered it again, more insistently this time. Walt took it, felt the weight of it, the careful weaving, the intention. This wasn't just a stick. This was a message. "Thank you. Please, help us. All 3, maybe." He looked at these 2 creatures, standing in his living room, someone's children, vulnerable, scared, trusting him for reasons he didn't understand yet. Outside, their family waited, watching, still not approaching. Walt was 69 years old. He'd seen a lot of strange things in 40 years of ranger work. But this was beyond strange. This was impossible. And yet here he was, holding a cedar branch, being asked to make a choice he didn't have enough information to make. He thought of Claire. What would she say? Probably something like, "Walt, you've never turned away anything that needed help. Don't start now." He looked at the two young ones, looked at the cedar branch, looked out at the figures in the trees. "All right," he said quietly. "We'll figure this out." The smaller one made that chirping sound again. Relief, maybe. Walt set the branch on the mantel, next to Claire's photo. A place of honor, even though he didn't fully understand what it meant yet. Outside, the figures in the trees remained still, watching, waiting. And inside, Walt Bergen's carefully controlled routine, the one that kept him from thinking too hard about loneliness or loss, or the fact that he had maybe 10 or 15 years left, if he was lucky, had just been blown to hell. The woods, apparently, had other plans for him. The days that followed settled into something that wasn't quite routine but wasn't chaos either. Something in between, like the creatures themselves. Walt learned their patterns. The taller one, he started thinking of it as the older kid in his head, because naming them felt presumptuous, woke before dawn, same as he did. It would stand by the window, looking out at the woods, watching, always watching. The smaller one slept longer, curled up by the stove, still clutching that damn cedar branch like it was a teddy bear. They didn't eat much. That surprised him. He'd expected them to pack away food like teenage boys, but they were careful, almost conservative. A slice of bread here, some eggs there. They liked honey. Couldn't get enough of it. He went through a jar in 3 days. They didn't speak. Not in any language he understood, anyway. But they communicated. Sounds, hoots, chirps, low rumbles in their chests, gestures, touch. The older one would rest a hand on the younger one's head when it got anxious. The younger one would press close when scared. Walt found himself doing the same. Hand on a shoulder. Nod of acknowledgement. Simple things. The language of presence. On the third morning, he went outside to check the woodshed. The figures in the trees were still there. Fewer now, he counted 3, maybe 4, but still watching. He raised his hand again, same as before. One of them larger than the others, broader across the shoulders, raised its hand back. Message received. Acknowledged. We're still here. Walt grabbed an armload of wood, went back inside. The older one helped him stack it by the stove without being asked. Its movements were careful, deliberate, like it was afraid of breaking something. "You're not going to hurt anything," Walt said. "This place has survived worse than you." The older one looked at him, didn't understand the words, probably, but understood the tone. It relaxed slightly. By the 4th day, Walt had a problem. He was out of food. He'd been putting off the trip to town, not wanting to leave them alone, not wanting to explain to Darlene at the store why he was buying 3 times his normal groceries. But the fridge was down to some questionable cheese, half a gallon of milk, and condiments. He pulled on his jacket, grabbed his keys. The two of them watched him from the living room, tension visible in their postures. "I'll be back," he said. 2 hours. Maybe less, if the roads are decent. The older one made a sound questioning, worried. "You'll be fine. Just stay inside. Keep the door locked. Don't answer if anyone knocks." He demonstrated locking the door, showed them how to unlock it from the inside. The older one nodded slowly, learning. Walt hesitated at the threshold. This was stupid. He was leaving 2 unknown creatures alone in his house, trusting they wouldn't tear the place apart or disappear, or do something that would make his life exponentially more complicated. But he didn't have a choice. They needed food. He needed food. This was happening whether he liked it or not. He drove into Munizing with the truck's heater blasting and his mind racing. The roads were plowed but icy. Took him 40 minutes instead of the usual 25. The grocery store was the same as always. Fluorescent lights, linoleum floors, worn down by 60 years of cartwheels and boots. Darlene was at the register, 60-something, dyed red hair, too much makeup for 9 in the morning. "Walt, haven't seen you in a week. Thought maybe you'd finally frozen to death out there." "Not yet," he said, grabbing a cart. "You look tired. You sleeping okay?" "Fine." She gave him that look, the one that said she didn't believe him, but wasn't going to push. "Well, you need anything, you let me know." He filled the cart. Bread, peanut butter, Honey, 3 jars, this time eggs, bacon, chicken, rice, vegetables. More than he usually bought, Darlene noticed, because of course she did. Having company? She asked, as she rang him up. No, that's a lot of food for one person. Stocking up. Storm coming. Didn't hear about a storm. Always a storm coming, Walt said. This is the UP. She laughed, but her eyes were curious. He paid in cash, loaded the bags into the truck, drove home faster than he should have. When he pulled up to the house, everything looked normal. No smoke, no broken windows, no creatures visible from outside. He carried the groceries in. The door was still locked. He knocked, called out, "It's me." The lock clicked. The door opened a crack. The older one peered out, then stepped back to let him in. The house was fine, better than fine. They'd cleaned up. The breakfast dishes were washed and stacked by the sink. The blankets were folded. The floor around the stove was swept. "You did this?" Walt asked. The older one nodded. Something in Walt's chest tightened. He set the groceries down, started putting them away. The two of them watched, then started helping without being asked. They didn't know where things went, but they figured it out quickly. Observant, smart. When everything was put away, Walt made lunch. Sandwiches, thick and messy, the way Emily used to like them when she was little, before she grew up and moved away and stopped needing him. They ate together at the table, Walt in his usual chair, the two of them across from him. Almost normal, almost like a family dinner, if you ignored the fact that 2 of the diners were covered in fur and shouldn't exist. That night, Walt sat on the porch. He'd started doing this every evening, bundling up, bringing a thermos of coffee, sitting in the cold for 20 or 30 minutes. The figures in the trees were always there, and this was his way of saying, "I see you. I'm taking care of them. We're okay." Tonight, something different happened. One of the figures stepped out of the tree line, not all the way, just far enough to be clearly visible in the moonlight. The big one, the one who'd raised its hand. It stood there, maybe 60 yards away. Close enough for Walt to see it, was massive, 7.5, 8 feet tall, broad shoulders, fur that looked silver in the moonlight. They looked at each other across the distance. Then the figure brought one hand to its chest, held it there for a moment, pressed it flat against the snow at its feet, stood up, stepped back into the trees. Walt's breath came out in a white cloud. His heart was hammering. That gesture, he'd seen the kids do something similar. Hand to chest, then to ground. What did it mean? Respect? Gratitude? A promise? He went back inside, shaking not from cold. The 2 young ones were by the stove, the older one teaching the younger some kind of hand game. Patty cake, almost. They looked up when he came in. "That was your dad?" Walt asked. "Out there." The older one's expression changed. Not quite sad, but something close. It shook its head. "Mom?" Another shake. "Who then?" The older one made a gesture, hand raised, sweeping. "Big. Important. Leader, maybe. Chief?" Walt tried. "Elder?" A nod. "Enthusiastic." "Yes, that one. And he's watching you, making sure you're safe." Another nod. "Your parents? Where are they?" The older one's face fell. The younger one made a whimper. The older one pulled it close. "Dead," Walt realized. Their parents were dead. "Ah, hell," he said quietly. "I'm sorry." The older one looked at him with those 2 intelligent eyes, nodded once. "Thank you." Walt sat in his chair, exhaustion hitting him like a wave. He was 69 years old. He'd lost his wife 3 years ago. His daughter barely spoke to him. He'd been ready to live out his remaining years alone, bothering no one, bothered by no one. Now he had 2 orphaned cryptids living in his house, being watched over by some kind of tribal elder, and he had no idea what he was supposed to do about any of it. Claire's photo looked down at him from the mantel. Next to it, the cedar branch. "You think this is funny?" he asked her. "You up there laughing at me?" She smiled, silent. The older one approached him slowly, hesitant, held out its hand. In the palm was something small, a carving. Wood, smooth and rounded. A bird, wings spread wide. "You made this?" Walt asked. A nod. "For me?" Another nod. Walt took it, turned it over in his hands. The detail was incredible. Feathers carved so fine you could almost count them. A beak slightly open, like it was singing. "This is beautiful," he said. His voice caught. "Thank you." The older one touched his shoulder lightly, then went back to the younger one by the stove. Walt set the carving on the mantel, next to Claire's photo and the cedar branch. A small shrine forming. Tokens of connection. Outside, the wind picked up. The figures in the trees held their vigil. Inside, the stove crackled, the warmth held, and three beings who shouldn't be together sat in comfortable silence. Walt didn't sleep much that night either. But for the first time in 3 years, it wasn't because of grief. It was because of something else. Something he was afraid to name, because naming it might make it disappear. Purpose, maybe. Or belonging. Or the simple fact that he mattered to someone again, even if that someone wasn't human. On the 7th morning, someone else came. Walt heard the vehicle before he saw it. Engine sound different from his truck, lighter, higher pitched. He looked out the window, his stomach dropping. Park Service SUV. Green and white. Official markings. Terry Olson, behind the wheel. "Shit," Walt said. The two young ones looked at him, sensing his tension. He pointed toward the bedroom. "In there. Now. Stay quiet." They moved fast, disappearing through the doorway. Walt closed the door behind them, heart pounding. The knock came 10 seconds later. Walt took a breath, opened up. Terry stood on the porch, 38 years old, beard trimmed neat, official jacket, zipped to his chin, clipboard in hand. That was never a good sign. "Walt, morning. Terry, mind if I come in?" Yes, Walt minded, but saying no would raise questions. He stepped aside. Terry came in, stomping snow off his boots. His eyes swept the room ranger habit, cataloging everything. They stopped on the mantel, the cedar branch, the wooden bird, Claire's photo. "Nice carvings," Terry said. "You making those now?" "Keeping busy," Walt said. "What brings you out here?" Terry pulled out his phone, swiped through something. Had a couple reports. Hikers saw tracks off Trail 7. Big ones. Unusual pattern. He looked up. "You seen anything?" "Like what?" "Like anything that might explain tracks 18 inches long, bipedal pattern, crossing a frozen creek." Walt kept his face neutral. 40 years of dealing with bureaucracy had taught him how to lie with the truth. "Seen some deer. Coyotes. Usual winter activity. No bears. Nothing bigger?" "Bears are denned up, Terry. You know that." "Yeah." Terry walked to the window, looked out. "Thing is, we're getting pressure from above. Tourists are spooked, asking about Bigfoot, posting on social media. Makes the Park Service look bad when we can't explain things. Can't explain nature being nature. You know how it is. Everything's got to be documented, categorized, put in a box." Terry turned back to him. "You hear anything out here? See anything strange?" The bedroom door was 15 feet away. If either of them made a sound, "It's winter in the UP, Walt said. "Everything's strange. Ice does weird things. Shadows play tricks. People see what they want to see." Terry studied him. "You doing okay out here by yourself?" "Fine. Emily called the office last week. Said she's worried about you. Said you're not returning her calls." "Goddamn Emily. Well-meaning, but I'm a grown man, Terry. Don't need a wellness check. Just saying, it's isolated out here. Easy to lose perspective." "My perspective is fine." Terry nodded slowly, not convinced. He walked back to the door, paused with his hand on the knob. "We're putting up trail cams. Game Commission wants documentation. Whatever's out there, we're gonna find it." Walt's blood went cold. "That necessary? Protocol. Plus, if there's something dangerous, wolf pack, aggressive bear, we need to know." Terry opened the door. "You see anything, you call it in. Don't try to handle it yourself." You're not a ranger anymore. The word stung, probably meant to. Walt kept his face neutral. Noted. Terry left. Walt watched through the window as the SUV backed down the drive, turned onto the county road, disappeared. He let out a breath. He hadn't known he was holding. The bedroom door opened. The two young ones crept out, eyes wide. That was close, Walt said. The older one made a sound agreement. Worry. Trail cameras. Goddamn trail cameras. That changed everything. Walt sat at the table, mind racing. If the Park Service put cameras on the trails, they'd document the figures in the woods, document the tracks, document everything. And then what? Government agencies, researchers, media circus. These creatures would never have peace again. He looked at the two young ones. They were watching him, trusting him to fix this. We need to figure out what you want, Walt said. Why you came here. Why you stayed. The older one approached the table, hesitant. It looked at the notepad Walt kept for grocery lists. Looked at the pencil beside it. You want to try writing something? Walt asked. The older one picked up the pencil awkwardly, gripping it in a fist. Pressed it to paper. Drew something. Not words, shapes. Simple pictures. First shape, a figure lying down, not moving. Second shape, two small figures, alone. Third shape, a house. His house, Walt realized, square with a chimney. Fourth shape, a hand reaching toward the house. Your parents died, Walt said. You were alone. Someone brought you here. The older one nodded, emphatic. Drew another shape. A large figure with something on its hand. A curve. A scar. The elder, the one who's been watching. Another nod. He knew about me. About this house. The older one drew more. A figure in a ranger hat. Then the same figure next to a small creature, caught in something. A trap. Maybe. Walt's breath caught. That was me. I helped one of you before. A nod. When? I don't remember. But even as he said it, something was stirring in his memory. Years ago. Had to be when? 15? 20 years back. He'd been checking trap lines for poachers. Found something caught in a steel jaw. But it wasn't a fox or coyote. It was Christ. It had been small, covered in fur, crying without sound, scared out of its mind. He'd thought it was some kind of primate, maybe someone's illegal pet. He'd freed it carefully, given it water from his canteen, watched it disappear into the trees, never reported it, never told anyone, filed it away in the back of his mind as something strange he couldn't explain, didn't want to explain. That was one of yours, Walt said. That was your what? Sibling? Cousin? The older one pointed to itself. That was you? A nod. Then it pointed to the large figure in the drawing. Tapped it twice. Mine, it seemed to say. He's mine, the elder. He's your uncle? Grandfather? The older one hesitated, then made a gesture that seemed to mean, close enough. So he brought you here because I helped you once. 20 years ago. Another nod. This is a debt thing. Repayment. The older one shook its head. Not debt. Something else. It drew again two figures facing each other, hands clasped. Partnership? Walt tried. Alliance? A nod. Yes, that one. Walt leaned back, processing. They hadn't come here randomly. This was deliberate. The elder remembered what Walt had done 2 decades ago, remembered kindness. And when these two lost their parents, when they needed somewhere safe, someone thought of the human who'd shown mercy once. You trusted me, Walt said quietly, before you even knew me. Because of something I did when you were little. The older one came around the table, did something Walt hadn't expected. It placed both hands on Walt's shoulders, looked him in the eyes. Thank you. Not debt, not payment, just gratitude, pure and simple. Walt's eyes stung. He cleared his throat, nodded. All right, okay. The younger one approached, held up the cedar branch again. Walt took it, really looked at it this time. The weaving was intricate, careful. Time and thought had gone into it. This wasn't just a gift. It was a promise. We chose you. We trust you. Please don't let us down. I won't, Walt said. I'll figure this out. He didn't know how yet, but he would. Outside, the figures in the trees remained. Inside, 3 beings sat together, bound by something older than words. And somewhere in Munising, Terry Olson was ordering trail cameras, setting in motion a chain of events that would force Walt to make the hardest choice he'd faced since he watched Claire die. But that was coming. For now, there was just this moment. Connection, understanding, the knowledge that he wasn't alone anymore, and that maybe, just maybe, being needed was worth the risk. The trail cameras went up 3 days later. Walt knew because he drove out to check, couldn't help himself. Took the truck down to the Trail 7 parking area at dawn, hiked in half a mile. His knees complained, but he ignored them. There, mounted on a pine tree about 8 feet up, facing the main trail. Black plastic case, motion sensor, infrared for night vision, standard wildlife monitoring equipment. He'd used dozens of them during his ranger days. He stood there, looking at it, thinking. Terry had probably put up 6, maybe 8 of these, covering the main trails, the creek crossings, the game paths, anywhere something big might travel. They'd capture everything: deer, wolves, coyotes, and anything else. The creatures in the woods had lived here for how long? Generations? Centuries? Living careful, staying hidden, avoiding humans except when necessary. Now some bureaucrat in Lansing wanted documentation, and Terry was following orders like a good soldier. Walt looked up at the camera. It stared back, blind eye waiting. He could disable it, pop the case, pull the SD card, smash the lens. But Terry would notice, would put up another one, would start asking questions about why someone was vandalizing Park Service property. No, disabling wasn't the answer. He hiked back to his truck, drove home. The 2 young ones were waiting by the window, as always. They'd started doing that whenever he left watching until he returned, made his chest tight every time. We got a problem, he told them. The older one tilted its head, listening. Walt grabbed the notepad, drew a rough map. The house, the woods, the trails, marked where he'd seen the camera. They're watching, these devices. They'll record anything that moves. The older one studied the drawing. Understanding dawned in its eyes. It made a low sound distress. Yeah, Walt said. So your family out there? They need to stay away from the trails. Way away. Can you tell them that? The older one looked toward the woods, then back at him. Made a questioning sound. I don't know how you talk to them, but you do, right? Somehow you communicate. A nod. Then tell them, tonight. However you do it. That evening, Walt sat on the porch as usual. Thermos of coffee, jacket zipped up, breath clouding. The figures in the trees were there. 4 of them tonight, he counted. Maybe 5. The older one came out onto the porch. Walt hadn't heard the door open. Kid moved quiet when it wanted to. It stood at the edge of the steps, facing the woods. Opened its mouth and made a sound Walt had never heard before. Long, low, warbling, musical almost. Carried through the cold air like a bell. Silence. Then, from the trees, an answer. Different pitch, same pattern. The elder, Walt thought. The older one called again. Different pattern this time. 3 short sounds, then a long one. Then again. Then different. A conversation. They were having a goddamn conversation across 100 yards of frozen woods, and Walt was sitting here listening to it, like eavesdropping on a phone call. It lasted maybe 5 minutes, back and forth. The older one's voice getting more urgent. The elder's responses getting slower, more deliberate. Finally, silence. The older one turned to Walt, nodded once. Message delivered. They understand? Walt asked. Another nod. They'll stay away from the trails? Hesitation. Then a gesture, maybe. Hopefully. We'll try. That's not good enough, Walt said. If those cameras catch them. The older one made a sharp sound. Cut him off. It pointed to the woods, then to itself, and the younger one inside, then to Walt, traced a circle in the air with one finger. All of us, together. We're connected now. Yeah, Walt said. We are. That's the problem. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't a problem. Not really. The problem was the world outside. The world that wanted to categorize and document and control everything. The world he'd worked for, enforced the rules of, for 40 years. The world he was now actively undermining by harboring two creatures the government would kill to study. Christ. When had he become a criminal? The older one went back inside. Walt stayed on the porch, finishing his coffee, watching the trees. The figures remained a while longer, then melted back into the shadows. Gone, but not far. Never far. Emily called the next morning. Walt was making breakfast when the phone rang. He considered not answering, but guilt won out. Always did with Emily. Hey, sweetheart. Dad. Finally. Her voice had that edge worry mixed with frustration. The tone she'd used since she was 15. I've been calling for 2 weeks. Been busy. Doing what? You're retired. Harboring cryptids felt like the wrong answer. Projects around the house. Stocking firewood. You know. Silence. On the other end, Emily was good at silence. Got it from Claire. Could stretch a pause until you filled it with something just to make it stop. Terry called me, she said finally. Walt's grip tightened on the phone. Did he? Said he stopped by. Said you seem off. Terry needs to mind his own business. Dad, he's worried. I'm worried. You're up there alone. It's the middle of winter. You're not talking to anyone. I'm fine, Em. You don't sound fine. Behind him, the older one poked its head around the bedroom doorway, checking on the situation. Walt waved it back. Listen, Emily said, her tone softening. Mark and I were thinking. Maybe you could come down to Chicago for a few weeks. Get out of the cold. We've got the guest room. You could see the city, meet some of Mark's colleagues. I'm not interested in meeting Mark's colleagues. Dad, Emily, I appreciate it, but I'm not leaving. Why not? What's keeping you there? Everything. 2 orphaned kids who needed him. A tribe in the woods watching over them. A promise he'd made without realizing he was making it. But he couldn't say any of that. It's my home, he said. That house isn't home, Dad. It's just a building. Home is people, and Mom's gone. The words hit harder than she'd meant them to. Walt could hear her wince through the phone. I know she's gone, he said quietly. I watched her die, remember? I was there every day for 3 years while she forgot who I was. So yeah, Emily, I'm aware she's gone. God, Dad, I didn't mean. I know what you meant. And I appreciate the concern. But I'm staying put. Silence again. Then, fine, but I'm coming up next month. Someone needs to check on you. Emily, non-negotiable. Mark has a conference in Marquette. We're driving up, staying a few days. You can show me around the old haunts. We'll have dinner. It'll be good. Walt's stomach dropped. Emily here. Emily seeing what? He couldn't hide 2 7-foot creatures. Couldn't explain them. Next month's not good, he said. Why not? Just isn't. Dad, what's going on? Nothing. Just I like my routine. Don't want it disrupted. Your routine is killing you. You sit in that house alone, talking to no one, doing nothing. That's not living. That's waiting to die. Maybe that's what I'm doing. The words came out harsher than he'd intended. Silence stretched. He could hear Emily breathing, trying to decide if he'd meant it. I'm coming up, she said finally. 3rd week of February. We can argue about it then. She hung up. Walt set the phone down, hands shaking slightly. Behind him, the older one emerged from the bedroom, approached cautiously. That was my daughter, Walt said. She's coming here, in a few weeks. The older one's eyes widened. Yeah, so we need a plan, because if she sees you, if she knows you exist. He stopped, didn't know how to finish that sentence. The older one touched his arm gently, made a soft sound. Reassurance, comfort. You're too damn understanding, Walt muttered. They ate breakfast in silence. Walt's mind was racing. Emily in February, trail cameras in the woods. Terry watching him. The whole situation was a house of cards, and he was one strong wind away from everything collapsing. That afternoon, Walt went to town, needed supplies, but mostly needed to think, and sometimes driving helped with that. He stopped at Gunderson's hardware, picked up salt for the driveway, batteries for his flashlight. Old Harold Gunderson was behind the counter, same place he'd been for 50 years. Walt, don't see you much in winter. Stocking up. Harold rang him up, glanced at the purchase. Heard Teddy Olson's putting cameras in the woods. News traveled fast in small towns. Heard that too. Bunch of nonsense, you ask me. Something's living out there. Let it live. We don't need to know everything. Walt looked at him. Harold was 76, owned the same hardware store his father had opened in 1948, voted the same way every election, went to the same church every Sunday, held opinions that hadn't changed in 50 years. You believe in them? Walt asked. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever people call them? Harold shrugged. My grandfather claimed he saw one, 1,952, up near Grand Marais. Said it watched him for 10 minutes, then walked away. Never hurt him, never threatened him, just watched. You believe him? Granddad never lied about nothing. If he said he saw it, he saw it. What'd he do about it? Nothing. Came home, told my grandma, went back to fishing the next day. Wasn't his business what lived in the woods. Different time, Walt said. Better time, in some ways. Harold handed him the receipt. These days, people can't leave well enough alone. Everything's got to be photographed, studied, explained. Sometimes mystery is fine. Sometimes not knowing is the right answer. Walt left with those words circling in his head. Sometimes not knowing is the right answer. He stopped at the grocery store, loaded up on supplies. Darlene was at the register again, chatty as ever. You're buying a lot of honey, she observed. Making mead, Walt lead. Didn't know you were a brewer. Learning new things in my retirement. She laughed, but her eyes were curious. Small town dynamics, everyone noticed everything, speculated on everything. He'd need to be more careful. On the drive home, he passed Terry's truck going the opposite direction. They waved at each other. Cordial, professional. Two rangers who'd worked together for years, now on opposite sides of something neither of them could name out loud. When Walt got home, both young ones were agitated. Pacing, the older one rushed to him as soon as he came in. What's wrong? Walt asked. The older one pointed to the window. To the woods. Walt looked, saw nothing at first. Then movement, not the usual watching figures. These were closer, and there were more of them. He counted 12, maybe 15, all visible, all watching the house openly. What happened? Walt asked. The older one grabbed the notepad, drew frantically. A camera he'd learned that shape, then the camera with an X through it, then figures running. Someone tripped a camera, Walt said. One of yours? A nod. Frantic, scared. Ah, hell. This was it. The thing he'd been dreading. Terry would check those cameras tomorrow, maybe the day after. Would see the footage, would know they were real, would know they were here, and then the world would come crashing in. Walt stood at the window, looking at the gathering in the woods. They weren't hiding anymore. They were showing themselves. To him, because they knew he'd understand what it meant. We need your help. We can't stay hidden anymore. What do we do? He was 69 years old, retired, no authority, no resources, no plan. But he had 40 years of ranger experience. 40 years of knowing these woods, knowing the bureaucracy, knowing how to work the system, and maybe, just maybe, knowing how to break it when necessary. All right, Walt said to the older one, here's what we're going to do. He spent the rest of the day making calls. First to Dave Pritchard, old buddy from his ranger days, retired now, living in Houghton. They talked hunting, weather, general bullshit. Then, casual as he could, Dave, you still got those old topo maps? The ones from before they digitized everything? Probably. Why? Looking for something. Old trails. Not on the new maps. What for? Curiosity. Dave laughed. You were always the curious one. Yeah, I'll dig them out. Come by sometime. How about tomorrow? That urgent. Just eager. Next call. Linda Blackwell, wildlife biologist he'd worked with in the 90 seconds. Retired now, teaching part-time at Michigan Tech. Walt Bergen. Christ, haven't heard from you in 5 years. Ben Kiet. Claire, I heard. I'm sorry. Thanks. Listen, I got a question. Hypothetically. Oh boy, when rangers say hypothetically, it means they're breaking rules. If someone wanted to make trail cameras, not work, without damaging them, how would they do that? Silence. Then, hypothetically, yeah, tape over the lens. Simple, effective. Or aim them at the ground. Or just rotate them 90 degrees so they're filming trees instead of trails. That simple. Motion sensors are dumb. They trigger on anything. Squirrel, branch, shadow. If you know where they're aimed, you can work around them. What if someone put up too many to avoid? Then you'd need to find the download schedule. Most rangers check them weekly, sometimes monthly. If you knew when they'd check them, you'd know when it's safe to move. Terry Olson. What's his pattern? Still lazy? Still lazy. Then he checks them on Fridays. Does his rounds Friday morning, downloads the footage, files the reports before the weekend. Clockwork. So Friday morning's the danger zone. Hypothetically, yes. Linda, you never heard this conversation. What conversation? She laughed. Good to hear from you, Walt. Don't do anything stupid. Too late for that. He hung up, made notes. Friday mornings. That gave him a schedule. The older one watched him work, fascinated. It could tell something was happening, even if it didn't understand what. Humans, Walt said to it, are real good at surveillance, but we're also real good at working around it. Comes from having governments we don't always trust. The older one tilted its head. I'm saying we can beat the cameras, but your family needs to know the schedule. Fridays are dangerous. Rest of the week, they're probably safe if they're careful. He drew it out on paper. Calendar. Friday marked with an X. The older one studied it, nodded slowly. That night, it went out on the porch again, made those warbling sounds. The elder answered. They communicated for 20 minutes, back and forth, Walt listening like he was eavesdropping on Morse code. When the older one came back in, it looked exhausted but relieved. Message delivered. They understood. Good, Walt said. Now we wait. See if Terry found anything this week. Terry called him Tuesday morning. Walt, got a minute? Walt's stomach tightened. Sure, I'm looking at footage from the trail cams. Got something weird. Here it comes, Walt thought. Yeah, big shadow. Can't make it out clearly. Could be a bear, but wrong time of year. Could be camera glitch. You know anything about it? What trail? Trail 7. About a mile in from the parking area, the one Walt had scouted. Haven't been out that way in weeks. Winter's too rough for hiking. Yeah, Terry sounded uncertain. Thing is, I'm getting pressure to follow up. Regional office wants answers. If there's something out there, there's always something out there. Terry, that's why it's called wilderness. I know, but look, you want my advice. Stop chasing shadows. Focus on the real problems. Poaching, illegal camping, snowmobilers going off trail. That's what matters. Silence. Then, you sound like you're trying to talk me out of this. I'm trying to save you paperwork. Right. Terry didn't sound convinced. Well, if you see anything, you'll call. Sure. They hung up. Walt sat there, heart pounding. Close. Too close. The older one was watching from the doorway. It had heard, understood enough. We bought some time, Walt said. But this isn't over. They're going to keep looking. The older one approached, sat on the floor near his chair, made a soft sound questioning. What happens next? Walt translated. Good question. What happened next was Emily. 3 weeks away. Coming here, staying here, seeing everything. And if she found out what he was hiding, what he'd become, accessory to, what? Harboring non-humans, obstructing a federal investigation. He didn't even know what laws he was breaking, just knew he was breaking them. But when he looked at these two kids, because that's what they were, kids, scared and orphaned, and trusting him, he couldn't bring himself to care about laws. Your parents, Walt said to the older one. How'd they die? The older one's expression darkened. It grabbed the notepad, drew 2 figures, then a shape mechanical, angular, a truck, Walt realized. They were hit by a vehicle, a nod, accident or. The older one drew more, the truck stopping, a figure getting out, holding something long, a rifle. Walt's blood went cold. Someone hit them and then shot them, a nod. The older one's hand was shaking. Jesus Christ. Walt felt sick. Were they trying to cross a road? Another nod. And someone saw them, saw what they were, and killed them. The older one buried its face in its hands. The younger one, hearing the distress, came over and pressed close. Walt sat there, rage building in his chest. Some asshole had murdered these kids' parents. For what? A trophy, proof, fear. Did your elder see it happen? Walt asked. The older one shook its head. Found them after. Too late. How long ago? The older one held up fingers. 3 months. A nod. 3 months these kids had been orphans. 3 months living with their tribe, grieving, being protected. And then the elder had brought them here, to the one human he'd known, decades ago, who'd shown mercy. Trust built on a single act of kindness from 20 years back. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Walt said. You understand? You're safe here. The older one looked at him with those 2 intelligent eyes, nodded, believing him. Walt just hoped he could make good on the promise. Outside, dark was falling. The figures in the woods were gathering again, more tonight than he'd ever seen. 20, maybe 25, all watching. They knew the danger was increasing. They knew the cameras, the government, the human world was closing in, and they were trusting Walter Bergen, 69 years old, retired ranger, widower with a estranged daughter, to somehow keep their children safe. No pressure. He made dinner. They ate together. Afterward, the younger one brought him something, a pine cone, perfect and intact, offered it shyly. For me? Walt asked. A nod. He took it, set it on the mantle with the other tokens. The shrine was growing. Cedar branch, wooden bird, pine cone, symbols of connection. That night, Walt didn't sleep at all. He sat in his chair, shotgun across his lap, watching the windows, listening to the 2 kids breathe by the stove, protecting them. From what? He wasn't entirely sure. But protecting them all the same, because somewhere along the way he couldn't pinpoint exactly when they'd stopped being creatures. He was sheltering and started being his. Not just responsibility, not just obligation, his. And he'd burn the whole goddamn forest down before he'd let anyone take them. Walt drove to Houghton the next morning. 3 hours each way, but he needed those maps, and he needed to see Dave face to face. Some conversations you didn't have over the phone. The 2 young ones had been anxious about him leaving again, but he'd explained it as best he could. Pointed to the woods, to the figures watching. They'll keep you safe while I'm gone, and I'll be back before dark. The older one had nodded, understanding more than Walt had said out loud. Dave Pritchard's house was a small ranch on the outskirts of Houghton, built in the 72nd, maintenance deferred for about a decade. Paint peeling, gutters sagging, driveway cracked. Dave's wife had died 6 years ago, and he'd slowly stopped caring about the property after that. Walt understood. Dave answered the door in sweatpants and a Packers jersey, coffee mug in hand. 71 years old, beard gone white, belly gone soft. But his eyes were still sharp. Walt, hell, you look terrible. Thanks. No, I mean it. You sleeping? Some. Bullshit. Dave stepped aside. Come in. Coffee's hot. The house smelled like coffee and old wood smoke. Maps were spread across the dining room table, topographical surveys from the 60 seconds and 70 seconds, before satellite imaging, before GPS. Hand-drawn in some places, faded, creased from decades of folding and unfolding. Found what you were looking for, Dave said, pouring Walt a cup. Every trail in that section of the pictured rocks from 1,968 to 1,985. Some of them aren't there anymore. Overgrown, washed out, reclaimed by the forest. Walt studied the maps, saw trails he remembered, trails he'd forgotten. And they're unmarked on modern maps. Old game paths, logging roads, routes that predated the National Lakeshore designation. These are perfect, Walt said. What you planning? Can't say. Dave sipped his coffee, watching him. You're in trouble. Maybe. That Tracy kid, Terry. Whatever his name is, he's asking questions about you. I know. Called me last week. Wanted to know if I'd heard from you, if you'd said anything unusual. Walt's head snapped up. What'd you tell him? Told him you were the most boring son of a bitch I ever worked with. Told him if you were doing something unusual, it was probably organizing your sock drawer. Dave smiled. He didn't believe me. Dave, whatever you're doing, Walt, be careful. Terry's ambitious. He wants the regional office job. He's looking for a big case to make his name on. Noted. And if you need help, I mean actual help, not just maps you call me. Don't care what it is. Walt looked at his old friend. They'd worked together for 15 years, covered for each other more times than he could count, trusted each other with things that mattered. I appreciate that, Walt said, but I can't involve you in this. Why not? Because if it goes bad, I don't want you going down with me. Dave set his mug down. That's serious. That's serious. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Dave stood, went to a closet, came back with a cardboard box, set it on the table. What's this? Walt asked. Backup drives. From my old laptop, trail cam footage from 2015 to 2018, before I retired. Hours of it. Deer, bears, wolves, normal wildlife shit. Walt stared at him. Why are you giving me this? Because if someone needs to explain away some unusual footage, having a bunch of normal footage to compare it to might help. Might show how easy it is to misidentify things. Shadows, light tricks, whatever. Dave, I don't know what you're hiding, Walt. Don't want to know. But I know you. 40 years I've known you. And you don't break rules unless there's a damn good reason. So here, he pushed the box across. Plausible deniability. Use it if you need it. Walt took the box, throat tight. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just don't get yourself killed or arrested. And when this is over, you owe me the story. Deal. Walt left with the maps and the drives, feeling like he'd just been given ammunition for a war he didn't know how to fight yet. The drive home took longer. Snow started falling around Marquette, heavy and wet. By the time he pulled into his driveway, visibility was down to maybe 50 feet. The house was dark except for the glow from the windows. He grabbed the box and the maps, trudged to the door. Locked. Good. He knocked their signal 3 times. Pause. 1 more. The door opened. The older one stood there, tension visible in every line of its body. Behind it, the younger one huddled by the stove. What happened? Walt asked, stepping inside. The older one pointed to the window. Walt looked. There, maybe 30 yards from the house, visible in the swirling snow, a truck. Park service truck. Just sitting there, engine running. No one inside that he could see. How long has it been there? Walt asked. The older one held up fingers. 2 hands. 10 minutes. Maybe. Walt's jaw clenched. He set down the box, grabbed his jacket, went back out. The snow was falling harder now, wind driving it sideways. He walked toward the truck, boots crunching. As he got closer, he saw the driver's side was empty. The passenger side too. Engine running, heat blasting, no one inside. He looked around, saw tracks leading from the truck toward the woods. Fresh tracks, human-sized boots. Son of a bitch, Walt muttered. Terry was out there, in the woods, looking for evidence. Walt followed the tracks. They led to the tree line, then into the forest. He could see where Terry had walked, where he'd stopped, where he'd knelt to examine something, probably prints from the creatures. The tracks went deeper. Walt followed, heart pounding. The snow was coming down so hard now, he could barely see 10 feet ahead. Stupid to be out here. Dangerous. But if Terry found the tribe, if he saw them, he heard voices. Carried on the wind, distorted. He moved toward them. There, maybe 50 yards ahead. Terry's voice, elevated. Talking to someone. No, talking at someone. Need to see ID. Park Service regulations. You can't be out here without... Walt broke into a run. His lungs burned. His knees screamed, but he ran. He burst through a stand of pines and saw them. Terry, holding his radio, backing away from something. 3 figures. Massive. Upright. Fur covered in snow. Not hiding. Not running. Just standing there, blocking Terry's path. One of them, the elder. Walt recognized the size. The posture stepped forward. Terry stumbled back, nearly fell. Stay back. Terry's voice cracked. I'm armed. The elder stopped, tilted its head, almost curious. Terry, Walt shouted. Terry spun around, saw him. Relief and confusion warred on his face. Walt, what are you theirs? Did you see? I saw you trespassing on my property. Your property ends at the fence line. I'm on Park Service land. And there's Christ. Walt, there's something... Bears, Walt said, walking forward slowly, positioning himself between Terry and the figures. 3 of them. Probably a sow and 2 cubs. Those aren't bears. Bears don't stand like that. Bears don't. In a blizzard, Terry, everything looks strange. Your eyes play tricks. My eyes aren't, Walt. Look. Terry pointed past him. Walt didn't turn. He knew what was there. I see snow and trees. Same as you should be seeing. You're protecting them. Terry's voice dropped. Oh my God. You're protecting them. I'm protecting you from making a fool of yourself. Now get back to your truck before you freeze to death. I'm calling this in. Call what in? That you saw shapes in a snowstorm? That you panicked and ran? I have my radio. I can have backup here in. Walt grabbed Terry's arm. Not hard, but firm. Listen to me. You call this in. You file a report. You know what happens. Feds come. Department of Interior. Fish and Wildlife. Probably Homeland Security, because that's how these things go. They lock down this whole area, bring in helicopters, search teams, media circus. And for what? Some tracks in the snow. Some shadows you saw in bad weather. They're real, Walt. Maybe. But do you want to be the guy who cried Bigfoot? Because that's your legacy. That's how people will remember you. Terry Olson, the ranger who swore he saw Sasquatch during a blizzard. Terry's face twisted. Anger, fear, confusion. Why are you doing this? Because I've lived in these woods for 50 years, and I've learned that some things should be left alone. They stared at each other, snow falling between them. Behind Walt, the 3 figures were silent, waiting. Get in your truck, Walt said. Go home. Sleep on it. If you still want to file a report tomorrow, that's your choice. But make that choice when you're warm and safe and thinking clearly. Terry looked past him one more time. The figures were already fading back into the trees, melting into the storm. Within seconds, they were gone. I saw them, Terry said quietly. I know I saw them. I know, Walt said. But proving it is something else. Terry pulled free from Walt's grip, stumbled back toward his truck. Walt followed at a distance, making sure he made it. Terry climbed in, sat there for a long moment, staring through the windshield. Then he put the truck in gear and drove away, taillights disappearing into the white. Walt stood in the storm, watching him go, then turned back toward the woods. The elder was there, 10 feet away, close enough to see the silver in its fur, the scar on its left hand shaped like a crescent moon. They looked at each other. Walt raised one hand, palm out, not surrender, acknowledgement. The elder mirrored the gesture. then brought its hand to its chest, held it there, pressed it to the snow at its feet. The same gesture from weeks ago. Walt understood it now. You are part of us. This grand knows you. We honor you. The elder turned and vanished into the trees. Walt walked back to his house, shaking. Not from cold, from adrenaline, fear, relief. The two young ones were at the door when he came in. The older one made a distressed sound, checking him over like a parent checking a child. I'm fine, Walt said. Just cold. And stupid. Stupid for going out there. He stripped off his wet jacket, his boots, stood by the stove, letting the heat sink in. The older one brought him a towel, pressed close in that way it did when it was worried. That man, Walt said. He saw your family. He knows they're real now. The older one's eyes widened. I don't know if I convinced him to keep quiet. But even if I did, it won't last. He saw what he saw. Eventually, he's going to talk. Walt sat heavily in his chair. His whole body ached. 69 years old, running through a forest in a blizzard, playing chicken with the government. What the hell was he doing? The younger one approached, climbed carefully into his lap, curled up like Emily used to do when she was small, before she grew up, and stopped needing him. Walt's arms came up automatically, held it. The older one sat at his feet, leaning against his leg. They sat like that for a long time. The storm raged outside. Inside, three beings who shouldn't be together drew strength from each other. Emily's coming in 2 weeks, Walt said quietly. My daughter. And I can't hide you from her. Can't lie to her face. She's too smart for that. The older one looked up at him. So I have to make a choice. Send you away before she gets here, or tell her the truth. Neither option was good. Sending them away meant breaking the promise he'd made. Telling Emily the truth meant involving her in something dangerous, potentially illegal. What would your parents want? Walt asked the older one. If they were here, what would they tell you to do? The older one was quiet for a long moment. Then it stood, went to the mantel, took down the wooden bird it had carved, brought it back, placed it in Walt's hand. Stay? Walt asked. A nod. Even if it's dangerous? Even if we get caught? Another nod, emphatic. Why? Why stay with me? You've got your tribe out there. They'd protect you. The older one touched his chest, then its own chest, then drew an invisible line between them. Connected, bonded. Yeah, Walt said softly. I guess we are. The next 3 days were tense. Walt kept expecting Terry to show up with backup, with feds, with someone. But no one came. The phone didn't ring. The driveway stayed empty. Maybe he'd convinced Terry after all. Or maybe Terry was building a case, gathering evidence before he made his move. Walt used the time to study the old maps Dave had given him. Found routes through the forest that avoided all the main trails, all the camera placements, routes the creatures could use to move without being detected. He tried to explain it to the older one using drawings. Your family needs to stay here, in these areas. Not here, where the cameras are. Understand? The older one studied the maps with an intensity that was almost human. It pointed to different areas, made questioning sounds. Walt explained as best he could. Trail cams here, blind spots there, safe zones marked in blue. After an hour, the older one seemed to understand. That night, it went out and communicated with the elder. The warbling calls lasted almost 30 minutes. When it came back in, it looked exhausted but satisfied. Message delivered. They understand? Walt asked. A nod. Good, because we're running out of time. Emily had called twice more. Walt had let both calls go to voicemail. He knew it was making things worse, but he couldn't think of what to say to her. Every conversation felt like a minefield. On the 4th day after the Terry incident, Walt woke to find something new on his porch. A bundle, wrapped in what looked like woven grass, tied with vine. He brought it inside carefully, set it on the table. The two young ones watched as he unwrapped it. Inside, smoked fish, dried berries, what looked like medicinal herbs, and at the center, a carving, This one was different from the bird. Larger, more detailed. It showed 3 figures, one tall, 2 small, standing together. Behind them, in the background, more figures. A whole community carved in miniature. The detail was incredible. Each face distinct, each posture unique. This had taken hours, maybe days, to make. From the elder? Walt asked. The older one nodded. Walt turned the carving over in his hands. Understood what it meant. You're part of us now. Not just protecting our children, part of our tribe. I'm honored, Walt said to the empty air, to the woods beyond his walls. But I don't know if I'm strong enough for this. The older one touched his arm, made a sound, not words, but meaning. You are. You have been. You will be. Your faith in me is misplaced, kid. But even as he said it, he was setting the carving on the mantle with the others. The shrine was becoming a testament, evidence of connection, of trust, of something that shouldn't exist but did anyway. That afternoon, Walt made a decision. He called Emily. She answered on the second ring. Dad, finally. Hey, sweetheart. I've been worried sick. Why haven't you been answering? Been busy. Busy with what? Here it was. The moment. He could lie, deflect, put her off. Or he could start preparing her for the truth. Emily, when you come up here. In 2 weeks, I need to tell you something. Are you sick? Is it your heart? No, nothing like that. I'm doing something. Something important. And I need you to trust me when you get here. Dad, you're scaring me. I know. I'm sorry. But I can't explain it over the phone. You'll have to see it yourself. See what? 2 weeks, when you get here. Then I'll explain everything. Silence on the other end. He could hear her breathing, thinking, Dad, are you in trouble? Maybe. I don't know yet. Should I call someone? Terry, or... No, don't call anyone. Just come up like you planned. You and Mark, have dinner with me, and I'll show you. Show me what? Something that's going to change everything you think you know about the world. More silence. Then, are you having a breakdown? Is this about Mom? This is about me finally having a reason to keep living, and I need you to trust that. He could hear her crying softly. Okay, 2 weeks. But Dad, if you're not okay, I'm more okay than I've been in 3 years. That's the truth. They talked for a few more minutes. Small talk, surface stuff. When they hung up, Walt sat there feeling like he'd just lit a fuse on a bomb. 2 weeks until it detonated. The older one appeared beside him, questioning. Told my daughter, Walt said. Not everything, but enough that she knows something's coming. The older one nodded slowly, approving. Worried? Hard to tell. She'll either understand or she'll think I've lost my mind. 50-50 odds right now. That night, Walt couldn't sleep again. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle, thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. Emily could call the authorities. She could think he'd had a stroke, was hallucinating. She could try to have him committed. All reasonable responses to a father who'd been secretly harboring cryptids for weeks. Or she could understand, could see what he saw, could choose to help. He didn't know which was more likely. Didn't know his own daughter well enough anymore to predict her response. That was his failure as a father, right there. Around 3 a.m., he heard movement. Got up, found the older one standing by the window, looking out. Can't sleep either? Walt asked. The older one shook its head. They stood together, watching the dark woods. No figures visible tonight. Maybe they were deeper in the forest, staying safe. Maybe they trusted Walt to protect their children. I'm scared, Walt admitted. Haven't been this scared since Claire got diagnosed. And I don't know if I'm making the right choices. The older one took his hand. Not like a child seeking comfort, like an equal offering support. You're a good kid, Walt said. Your parents raised you right. The older one made a sound sad but proud. Missing them, but honoring their memory. They'd be proud of you. How brave you've been. How you're taking care of your sibling. A small chirp from behind them. The younger one was awake, shuffling over. It pressed between them, wanting to be included. Walt found himself with an arm around each of them, standing vigil at the window, watching the night, waiting for whatever came next. Outside, the first hint of dawn was bleeding into the eastern sky, grey light pushing back the dark. 2 weeks until Emily arrived. 2 weeks to prepare. 2 weeks to figure out how to explain the unexplainable. Walt had faced down bureaucrats, poachers, budget cuts, and politicians during his 40 years as a ranger. He'd watched the woman he loved forget his face. He'd buried her, survived the loss, kept going when every part of him wanted to stop. But this, standing in his living room with 2 cryptid children, waiting to tell his daughter the truth, this might be the bravest thing he'd ever done, or the stupidest. Time would tell. The sun rose slow and cold, painting the snow in shades of pink and gold. A new day, another chance to get it right, or to watch everything fall apart. Walt had never been much of a gambling man, but he was all in now. No turning back. The cards would fall where they fell, and he'd deal with whatever came next. The 2 weeks crawled by like wounded animals. Walt spent the days preparing, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was preparing for. He cleaned the house, really cleaned it. Not just the surface maintenance he'd been doing. Scrubbed the bathroom, washed the windows, organized the kitchen. Like making the place presentable would somehow make the impossible thing, living in it, more acceptable. The 2 young ones watched him with curiosity. They'd started helping without being asked, folding blankets, stacking firewood, even attempting to wash dishes, though they broke 2 plates before Walt showed them how to be gentle with them. They were learning fast. Too fast. The older one had figured out how to work the coffee maker, how to turn on the stove, how to lock and unlock the doors. It watched everything Walt did with that intense focus, memorizing, adapting. Sometimes, Walt forgot they weren't human. Then they'd move wrong, too fluid, too quiet, or make one of those sounds that bypassed his ears and went straight to understanding, and he'd remember what they were, remember the risk. On day 5, Linda Blackwell called him. Walt just heard something interesting. His stomach dropped. Yeah? Terry Olson submitted a report. Unusual wildlife sighting during a winter storm. Description was vague. He said extreme weather conditions made positive identification impossible, recommended further investigation. So he didn't. He didn't say Bigfoot in an official document. No, but he's got people talking. Regional office is interested. They're discussing sending a team up in the spring. Spring's 3 months away, 2.5. And Walt, whatever you're doing, you've got until then. After that, this place will be crawling with researchers. Understood. Be careful. Always am. He hung up, mind racing. 3 months. That was something. But 3 months wasn't enough to solve a problem that shouldn't have a solution. The older one appeared beside him, questioning sound. We're okay for now, Walt said. But the clock's ticking. Day 8. Walt drove into Munizing for what he told himself was the last time before Emily arrived. Needed to stock up. Needed to make sure the house looked lived in by 1 person, not 3. At the grocery store, he ran into Harold Gunderson, coming out of the hardware store next door. Walt, heard Terry's been spreading stories. Have you? Says he saw something out by your place. Something big. Terry sees a lot of things. Most of them aren't there. Harold smiled, but his eyes were serious. My grandfather told me something once, said the old ones in the woods, they only show themselves when they need help, or when they're saying goodbye. Walt looked at him. Your grandfather knew a lot. He did. And he also said that the people they choose to trust, those people have a responsibility to keep the secret, to protect what needs protecting. Harold, I don't. I know what's at your house, Walt. Known for about a week now. My nephew works at the cell tower on Ridge Road. Sees things sometimes through his binoculars. Saw figures going in and out of the tree line near your property. Told me about it. Walt's blood went cold. Is he going to? He's not going to say anything. Kids smart enough to know some things are better left alone. And I told him if he breathed a word, I'd cut him out of my will. Harold's smile turned genuine. They're safe with you. Just wanted you to know you're not as alone in this as you think." He walked away, leaving Walt standing there in the parking lot, snow starting to fall. Not as alone as you think. He loaded groceries into the truck, hands shaking slightly. How many other people knew? How long before someone who wasn't sympathetic found out? Day 10, Walt found something wrong. He'd gone out to check the woodshed and saw tracks. Boot prints. Fresh. Leading from the road, around his property, back to the road. Someone had been here, recently. While he'd been inside with the kids, he followed the tracks, saw where they stopped at windows, where someone had stood looking in. They'd been watching. For how long? Walt went back inside, locked every door, checked every window. The two young ones sensed his tension, moved closer to him. "Someone was here," he said. Someone was watching. The older one made a low growl, the first aggressive sound he'd heard from it. That night, Walt didn't sleep at all. Sat in his chair with the shotgun, watching the windows, waiting for whoever it was to come back. They didn't. But the message was clear. They were being watched. Someone knew. He called Dave the next morning. "Need a favor. Name it. Can you come stay at my place for a few days? Starting tomorrow. My daughter's visiting, and I need backup." "Walt, what's going on? Can't explain over the phone, but I need someone I trust here. Someone who can." He struggled for words. Someone who can witness. Witness what? Everything. Silence. Then, "I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Thank you. Whatever this is, Walt, I hope you know what you're doing. I don't. But I'm doing it anyway." Day 13. Dave arrived at 4 p.m., truck loaded with enough supplies for a siege. He stepped inside, saw the two young ones by the stove, and stopped dead. "Holy shit," he whispered. Dave, meet Walt, realized he'd never named them. The kids. The older one stood slowly, wary. The younger one pressed close to its sibling. Dave set down his bag, never taking his eyes off them. "Walt, what the hell have you done?" "Complicated story. I've got time." They sat at the kitchen table. Walt told him everything, the knocks in the storm, taking them in, the elder watching, Terry seeing them, the whole impossible mess. Dave listened without interrupting, his face cycling through disbelief, understanding, fear, and finally acceptance. When Walt finished, Dave was quiet for a long moment. "You know what you're asking me to do," Dave said finally. "You're asking me to lie to federal authorities, to obstruct an investigation, to harbor. What the hell are they even classified as?" "I know. And if we get caught, we're talking prison time. Federal prison." "I know. And you want me to help anyway." "I need you to help. Emily gets here tomorrow. She's going to see them. She's going to have questions. And I need someone who can back me up. Someone who can tell her I'm not crazy." Dave looked at the two young ones. They looked back, curious but cautious. "Their parents were killed," Walt said quietly. "Shot 3 months ago. Some asshole hit them with a truck, then killed them. These two have been orphans since. Their tribe brought them to me because I helped one of them 20 years ago. They trusted me, and I can't let them down." Dave rubbed his face. "Jesus, Walt, I know. Claire would have loved this. She would have been all in on this insanity." "Yeah, she would have." "All right, I'm in. But when Emily gets here, you better have a damn good explanation ready." "Working on it." That night, 3 old men, Walt, Dave, and technically the older creature, who moved like it had the soul of someone much older than its body, sat around the stove. Dave had brought whiskey. They passed the bottle. "You know what this reminds me of?" Dave said. "Remember that summer with the wolf pack, 2003? The pack everyone said needed to be culled. Right, because they were killing too many deer. And you fought the DNR for 6 months. Proved the ecosystem needed them. Saved the whole pack. Different situation. Same principle. You protect what needs protecting. Bureaucracy be damned." Dave took a swig. "Always did admire that about you. Stubborn as hell, but for the right reasons." The older one approached cautiously, curious about the bottle. Dave held it out. Want to try? Walt started. The older one took a tiny sip, made a face that was so perfectly human disgust and surprise that both men laughed. The older one set the bottle down, retreated to the stove, dignity wounded. Smart kid, Dave said. Knows bad whiskey when it tastes it. The younger one was already asleep, curled up in what had become its usual spot. The older one watched them talk, understanding the tone, if not all the words. Companionship, support, alliance. Emily's bringing her boyfriend, Walt said. Mark. Never met him. How you think she'll react? No idea. We don't talk much. Haven't since Claire died. My fault, mostly. Kids and parents. Always complicated. She thinks I'm losing it. Thinks I'm out here going crazy from loneliness. Are you? Walt looked at the two creatures by his stove, at the shrine of tokens on his mantle, at the life he'd built in the last few weeks. Maybe, but if this is crazy, it's the best I've felt in years. Dave nodded. That's something. They finished the whiskey, made plans for tomorrow. Agreed that Dave would be here but in the background. Let Walt do the talking, be ready to step in if needed. What if she freaks out? Dave asked. Calls the cops, runs, whatever. Then I lose her, again. For good this time, but you're still doing this. Yeah. Why? Walt looked at the older one. It looked back, trust evident in its eyes. Because someone has to, Walt said simply. Emily's rental car pulled up at 11 a.m. the next day. Walt had been watching the driveway for an hour, stomach in knots. Dave was in the bedroom, door cracked, listening but out of sight. The two young ones were in the living room, nervous but staying put. They understood something important was happening. The car doors opened. Emily got out first, 34 years old, looked like Claire around the eyes, dressed in a puffy jacket that probably cost more than Walt spent on groceries in a month. Behind her, a tall man with a beard and glasses. Mark, corporate type, from the look of him. Walt opened the door before they knocked. Dad. Emily smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Worry lines everywhere. She hugged him, and he let her, feeling how tense she was. Sweetheart. Good drive. Long. Roads are terrible. She pulled back, studied his face. You look different. Do I? Yeah, less. She searched for the word. Less empty. Mark extended his hand. Mr. Bergen. Mark Holloway. Good to finally meet you. Walt shook it. Firm grip, confident. Probably practiced it in front of a mirror. Come in. Got coffee on. They stepped inside, stomping snow off their boots. Emily's eyes swept the room, cataloguing. The clean kitchen, the organized living room, the tokens on the mantle. You've been keeping busy, she said. Told you. Place looks good. Better than I expected. Mark wandered to the mantle, looked at the carvings. These are incredible. Where'd you get them? Gifts, Walt said. From who? Friends. Emily was looking around. You said you had something to show me. Something important. I do. Dad, you're making me nervous. Just tell me what's going on. Walt took a breath. Here it was. The moment everything changed, or everything ended. There's something I need you to understand first, he said. What I'm about to show you, it's going to be hard to accept. It's going to challenge everything you think you know, and I need you to promise me you'll listen before you react. Dad, promise me, Em. She exchanged a glance with Mark. Okay, I promise. And Mark, I need you to promise too. What you see here doesn't leave this house. Not until we all agree on what to do about it. Mark looked uncertain. Mr. Bergen, maybe we should promise it. Okay. I promise. Walt looked toward the bedroom. Dave, you can come out. The bedroom door opened. Dave emerged, nodded at Emily. Hey, Emily. Been a while. Dave, what are you doing here? Moral support. Your dad needed a witness. Witness to what? Walt turned toward the living room. The two young ones had been hidden behind the couch, crouched low. He'd positioned them there before Emily arrived, wanting to control the revelation. "You can come out now," Walt said softly. They stood slowly. Emily saw them. Her face went white. She stumbled backward, hit the table. Mark caught her, but he was staring too, frozen. What the fuck, Dad? What? Easy, Walt said. "They're not going to hurt you. They're scared of you." "What are they?" Emily's voice was shaking. "Honestly, I don't know what they're called. But they're real. They're here. And they need help." The older one took a cautious step forward. Emily flinched. Mark moved in front of her, protective. "Don't," Walt said. "Just give them a second." The older one stopped, made a soft sound, non-threatening. "Greeting. It's okay," Walt said to his daughter. "Come here. I'll introduce you." "Introduce me?" "Dad, those are those? Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, this isn't happening. This isn't. I'm hallucinating." "Mark, are you seeing this?" "I'm seeing it," Mark whispered. Walt moved slowly, putting himself between his daughter and the creatures. Not protecting her from them, but them from her panic. Their names, well, they don't have names. Not that I can pronounce. But this one, he gestured to the older, is about 7 years old in human terms. Lost its parents 3 months ago. Someone shot them. This is its younger sibling, maybe 4 years old. They've been living here for almost a month. Living here, in your house. Yes. Why? Because their tribe trusted me. Because 20 years ago, I freed one of them from a poacher's trap, and they remembered, because they needed somewhere safe, and they chose here. Emily sat down heavily in a chair, staring. Mark stayed standing, eyes darting between the creatures, and Walt like he was trying to make sense of a puzzle with pieces that didn't fit. "This is insane," Emily said. "Dad, this is you. Can't do. You know what people would do if they knew. The government, scientists, everyone would. I know. That's why I needed you to see them first, before anyone else. Because you're my daughter, and I trust you, and I need you to help me figure out what the hell to do." The younger one crept forward, curious now. It approached Emily slowly, held out something, a pine cone, perfect and intact. Emily stared at it, at the small hand offering it, at the 2 intelligent eyes. "It's giving me a gift," she whispered. "Yeah. Why?" "Because that's what they do. They give gifts. They show gratitude. They're not animals, Em. They're people. Different people, but people." Emily took the pine cone with shaking hands. The younger one made a happy chirp, retreated to its sibling. "I need to sit down," Mark said. "You are sitting," Dave pointed out. "I need to sit down more." They spent the next hour talking. Walt explained everything. The storm, the knocks, taking them in, the tribe watching, Terry's encounter, the trail cameras, the danger closing in. Emily listened, asked questions, looked at the creatures with a mix of fear and wonder. "So Terry knows," she said finally. "And in a few months, there's going to be researchers everywhere." "Yes. And you're..." "What? Hiding them? Protecting them? Trying to. From the government. From everyone. Dad, you could go to prison for this. I know. And you're okay with that." Walt looked at the 2 young ones, watching this conversation with rapt attention, understanding more than they should. "Yeah," he said. "I'm okay with that." Emily stood, walked to the window, looked out at the woods. "Are there more of them out there? Their tribe, maybe 20, 30 individuals. Hard to count. They stay hidden, and they're just watching, protecting their kids, making sure we're taking care of them." She turned back. "This is the craziest thing I've ever heard." "I know, and you're completely serious." "Yes." She looked at Mark. He shrugged, helpless. "I have no frame of reference for this, Emily. None." She walked over to the older one, stopped a few feet away. They looked at each other. She was tall 5 to 9, but it was taller, even at 7 years old. "Hi," she said. The older one tilted its head, made a soft sound. "I'm Emily, Walt's daughter." The older one pointed at Walt, then at Emily, then drew a line between them in the air. Family. Yeah, Emily said. Her voice cracked. Family. The older one stepped forward, gently touched her shoulder, the same gesture it used with Walt when offering comfort. Emily started crying, not from fear, from something else. Recognition, maybe, or grief, or the sudden understanding that the world was bigger and stranger than she'd ever imagined. Walt moved to her, pulled her into a hug. She buried her face in his shoulder, shaking. I thought you were losing your mind, she said against his chest. I thought you were out here dying of loneliness. I thought I was going to have to put you in a home or something. And instead I know. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Dad, you're protecting them. You're actually protecting them. Someone has to. She pulled back, wiped her eyes, looked at the creatures, at Dave, at Mark, at Walt. Okay, she said. Okay, what do we do? Those words we. Not you. We. Walt felt something in his chest crack open. Relief, gratitude, love. I don't know yet, he admitted. But we'll figure it out together. Mark stood, walked over, extended his hand to the older one. Mark, nice to meet you. The older one looked at the hand, remembered how handshakes worked, took it carefully. They shook. Mark's face cycled through about 15 emotions in 3 seconds. Firm grip, he said weakly. Dave laughed. Welcome to the club, kid. They spent the afternoon together. Emily asked 1,000 questions. The creatures showed them things, carvings, the way they communicated with sounds, how the younger one had learned to fold blankets. Mark took pictures on his phone, then deleted them when Walt pointed out the danger. Evidence trail, Walt said. Can't leave one. Right. Jesus, I work in IT security. I should have thought of that. As the sun started to set, Emily stood at the window, watching the woods. Are they out there now? The tribe? Probably. Can I see them? Walt considered. Maybe. But we'd need to ask permission first. This is their choice, not ours. That evening, the older one went out onto the porch, made its warbling calls. The elder answered. They communicated for 10 minutes. When the older one came back in, it nodded at Walt. Come outside. They all went. Walt, Emily, Dave, Mark, stood on the porch in the cold, and the tribe showed themselves. Not all of them, but enough. 10, maybe 12 figures, stepping out of the trees, standing in the snow, visible, undeniable. Emily gripped Walt's arm. Oh my God. Yeah. The elder was at the front. It raised one hand. The gesture Walt knew. Acknowledgement. Honor. Walt raised his hand back. Emily did the same. Tentative. Mark and Dave followed. The tribe held position for maybe 30 seconds. Long enough to be seen. Long enough to make the point. We are here. We are real. We trust you. Then they melted back into the trees. Shadows among shadows. That was Emily couldn't finish the sentence. Yeah, Walt said. They went back inside. Made dinner. Sat around the table, 3 humans, 2 cryptids, eating spaghetti and garlic bread. The most impossible, normal thing Walt had ever experienced. So, Emily said, twirling pasta, what's the actual plan here? Because in 3 months, this place is going to be overrun. I know, and they can't stay here. Not if researchers are coming. I know that too. So, what? They run deeper into the forest. Hope no one finds them. Walt had been thinking about this for weeks. There's old wilderness up past Grand Marais. Uncharted territory. No trails, no cameras, barely accessible. If they went there, they might stay hidden. For how long? Long enough, maybe. Maybe isn't a plan, Dad. It's all I've got. Mark cleared his throat. What if, and hear me out, what if we documented them? Carefully, controlled, on our terms, showed the world they exist, but also that they're intelligent, peaceful, deserving of protection. No, Walt said immediately. Why not? Because the second they're documented, they become property. Specimens, things to study, we'd lose all control. The government would take over, and these two would spend the rest of their lives in labs. Not if we do it right. There is no right way, Dave interjected. Mark, I appreciate the thought, but Walt's correct. The minute this goes public, it's over for them. Emily pushed her plate away. Then we need to buy more time. Somehow. How? I don't know. But we've got a month before I have to go back to Chicago. We can use that time to figure something out. Walt looked at his daughter, at her determined face, so much like Claire's when she'd set her mind to something. You're staying? For a month? I've got vacation time, and Mark can work remote. We'll tell the office. I'm dealing with a family situation, which is technically true. Emily, you don't have to. Dad, when have I ever gotten to do something that actually matters? Something important? Something real? I spend my days designing buildings people don't need, going to meetings about meetings, pretending I'm making a difference. This actually matters. The older one approached her, made a soft sound. Thank you. She smiled. You're welcome. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, Emily and Mark in the guest room, Dave on the couch, the two creatures by the stove, Walt stood at the window looking out. Dave joined him, 2 cups of coffee in hand, passed one over. That went better than expected, Dave said. Yeah, Emily's got Claire's spine, standing up to do the right thing even when it's hard. She does. You worried about Mark? Should I be? He took pictures before. Makes me think he might talk. Emily will handle him. You trust her? Walt thought about his daughter, about how she'd looked at those creatures with wonder instead of fear, how she'd said we instead of you. Yeah, he said. I do. They drank their coffee in comfortable silence. Outside, the forest was quiet. The tribe was out there somewhere, watching, trusting that Walt and now Emily and Dave and even Mark would protect their children. It was a lot of trust. Maybe too much, but it was also a gift, the kind you don't refuse. Even when you're terrified you'll fail. 3 months, Dave said. Not a lot of time to save a species. No, but it's something. Yeah, it's something. Walt set down his empty cup, looked at the shrine on the mantel. Cedar branch, wooden bird, pine cone, the new carving of figures standing together. A family, chosen, not born, connected by circumstance and choice. Dave? Yeah? Thank you. For coming. For staying. For believing me. What are friends for? They stood watch together as the night deepened. 2 old rangers who'd spent their lives protecting wilderness, now protecting something wilder than they'd ever imagined. Outside, 3 knocks echoed through the trees. Not at the door. In the distance, a signal, a reminder. We're still here, still watching, still trusting you. Walt raised his hand to the window, pressed his palm flat against the glass, and somewhere in the dark, a massive figure pressed its palm against a tree trunk. Mirror image. Promise returned. The ground remembered, and so would they. Morning came with Emily standing in Walt's kitchen, making pancakes. Walt shuffled out of his bedroom at 6:30 to find her already dressed, coffee made, batter mixed. The 2 young ones were sitting at the table, watching her work with fascination. Couldn't sleep? Walt asked. Slept fine. Just woke up thinking. She flipped a pancake expertly. Figured I'd make breakfast for everyone. Hope you don't mind. Mind? Haven't had someone cook for me in 3 years. She smiled, but it was sad around the edges. Mom used to make these every Sunday. I remember. The older one made a questioning sound, pointing at the stove. Pancakes, Emily explained, holding up the spatula. Pancakes. Food. It tilted its head, processing. Then made a sound that was almost pancake, but not quite. Close enough that Emily's eyes widened. Did you try to say it? The older one nodded enthusiastically. Holy shit. Dad, it's trying to learn English. Walt moved closer. Say it again. Pancake. The older one concentrated, mouth working around the shapes. Pan-K. Close. Pancake. Emphasis on the first syllable. Pancake. Nearly perfect this time. Emily set down the spatula, staring. How long has it been doing this? Never. Not until now. It understands plenty, I can tell by how it reacts to things I say. But it's never tried to speak before. The younger one made a sound excited, wanting to try too. Emily crouched down to its level. Want to learn? Okay, easy one. Hi. The younger one chirped, then carefully shaped its mouth. Ha. Good. Hi. Hi. Mark emerged from the bedroom, stopped dead. Are they talking? Learning to, Emily said. Which means they can learn. Which means they're even more intelligent than we thought. Dave came in from the porch, stamping snow off his boots. Roads are getting bad again. Weather service is calling for another storm tomorrow. How big? Walt asked. Big enough. Might want to stock up today if you're planning to stay put. They ate breakfast together, 5 humans, 2 creatures, passing syrup and butter. The older one tried to use a fork, got frustrated, went back to fingers. The younger one just dove in with both hands, got syrup everywhere, looked so pleased with itself that everyone laughed. Normal. Impossible and normal at the same time. After breakfast, Emily pulled Walt aside. We need to talk. Real talk. They went out to the porch, bundled in jackets. The cold bit, but it was private out here. What's the actual end game? Emily asked. Because staying here isn't sustainable. I know. And Mark brought up a good point last night. Even if you shot it down, if we're going to protect them long term, we need leverage. We need something. Like what? I don't know. Documentation that proves they're sentient? Legal protection somehow. There has to be a way to make them. I don't know. Recognized without making them specimens. Walt shook his head. The second anyone official knows they exist, it's over. Government doesn't recognize personhood for things that aren't human. Hell, it barely recognizes personhood for humans half the time. So what? We just move them deeper into the woods and hope. Better than the alternative, is it? Dad, this tribe, these people, they've been hiding for how long? Centuries. And they're still being hunted, still losing family members, still vulnerable. Maybe hiding isn't enough anymore. Then what? I don't know. But there has to be something between hiding forever and being lab rats. Walt looked out at the woods. Your mother would know what to do. She always knew. Mom would probably have already organized them into a voting bloc. Emily smiled. Remember when she fought the county over that wetland development? She was relentless. She was. I wish she could see this. See them? Me too. They stood in silence for a moment. Then Emily said quietly, You're different, Dad. Since I got here, you seem alive, having purpose. We'll do that. Is that what this is? Purpose? That. And maybe redemption. For what? For all the years I wasn't there. For you, for your mom, for choosing the job over family. Maybe this is the universe giving me a chance to get it right this time. Emily took his hand. You did your best, Dad. Mom knew that. I know that. Doesn't mean it was good enough. Maybe not. But this is good enough. This matters. They spent the morning making plans. Mark, it turned out, had a skill set. None of them had considered he was an encryption specialist, worked with secure data systems. If you need to communicate, he said, pulling out his laptop, we can set up an encrypted network, something that can't be traced or monitored. Messages between you, Emily, Dave, anyone else who needs to know. Why would we need that? Walt asked. Because if this goes sideways, you'll need to coordinate without the government listening. And you'll need to be able to destroy evidence fast if necessary. Dave nodded approvingly. Kids thinking ahead. I've seen what happens when data gets into the wrong hands, Mark said. Lost a client once because they didn't secure their communications properly. Government seized everything. People went to prison. I'm not letting that happen here. He spent 2 hours setting up the system. Encrypted phones, secure messaging, cloud storage, with kill switches that could wipe everything remotely. If things go bad, he explained, you hit this button, everything disappears. No trace, no evidence, no paper trail. Seems extreme, Walt said. Extreme is when the FBI shows up with a warrant. This is just prepared. While Mark worked on digital security, Emily worked on something else, teaching the creatures. She'd found some of Walt's old Ranger notebooks, started using them like flashcards, pictures, words, concepts. The older one absorbed everything like a sponge. Within 2 hours, it could recognize and attempt to say, water, food, home, friend, danger, safe. The younger one learned slower but was trying. It could say hi and Emily and Walt with varying degrees of success. This is incredible, Emily kept saying. Dad, do you understand what this means? They can learn language. They can communicate with us. That's consciousness. That's personhood. Lawyers won't care, Dave said. Courts barely recognize dolphins and primates as sentient. These guys? They'd argue they're undiscovered wildlife, subject to fish and wildlife regulations. Then we change the law. Can't change the law if they're in custody. By the time it got to court, they'd have been studied to death. So we document everything now. Their intelligence, their culture, their family structures. Build a case before they're discovered. And if that documentation gets seized, that's what Mark's encryption is for. They were building something. A plan maybe, or at least the skeleton of one. That afternoon, the older one approached Walt with the notepad, drew something new, a figure with long hair, pointed to Emily, then to the drawing, then drew a circle around both figures, adding Walt, the younger one, itself. Family, Walt understood. Emily is family now. Yeah, Walt said, she is. The older one drew more, showed the tribe in the woods, then an arrow pointing away, then showed the family circle staying together. You want to stay with us, Walt said, not go back to the tribe. A nod, emphatic. What about your sibling? What does it want? The older one looked at the younger one, made a series of sounds. The younger one responded, then nodded at Walt. Both of them wanted to stay. I don't know if that's possible, Walt said. The tribe, they're your people. The older one shook its head, pointed at Walt. You, people. Then at Emily, Dave, Mark, them, people. We're not the same. The older one cut him off, with a sound, frustrated, pointed at its own chest, then at Walt's chest, drew a line between them. Same. Inside same. Walt's throat tightened. Yeah, okay, inside same. He showed the drawing to Emily when she came back inside. She read it, then looked at the two creatures with something like heartbreak on her face. They think of us as family, she said. Seems like. Dad, we can't just abandon them. I know. So what do we do? Before Walt could answer, Dave called from the window. We got company. They all moved to look. A truck was coming up the drive. Not Park Service this time. Sheriff's Department. Shit, Walt breathed. Bedroom. Now, Emily said to the two creatures. They understood the tone, moved fast. Walt opened the door before the sheriff could knock. Sheriff Mackenzie, 50-something, grey mustache, eyes that missed nothing. Walt, got a minute? Sure, Gary, what's up? Mind if I come in? Course not. Mackenzie stepped inside, nodded at Emily and Mark. Didn't know you had family visiting. My daughter Emily, her boyfriend Mark, up from Chicago. Nice. Listen, Walt, I'll be straight with you. Got a call from Terry Olson. He's concerned about you. Concerned how? Says you've been acting strange. Says there's unusual activity around your property. Says he saw something out here during that storm 2 weeks ago. Terry sees lots of things. That's what I told him. But he's insistent. Filed an official report. That means I have to follow up. Follow up on what? A ranger who panicked during a blizzard. On reports of unusual wildlife. Potentially dangerous wildlife. You know the drill. Walt kept his face neutral. Haven't seen anything unusual. Deer, coyotes, the regular crowd. Terry says he saw something that walked on 2 legs. Something big. In a blizzard. With visibility down to nothing. Gary, You've been in enough storms to know how they mess with your head. Mackenzie studied him. That's what I'm thinking too. But I got to ask you, seen anything that might explain it? No. You sure? I'm sure. The sheriff looked around the room. Saw the clean house, the carved tokens on the mantel, Emily and Mark standing casual but tense. All right, he said finally. I'll tell Terry I checked it out. Found nothing unusual. But Walt, if there is something out there, you need to report it. Don't try to handle it yourself. Wouldn't dream of it. Good. Emily, nice meeting you. Mark. He nodded and left. They waited until his truck was out of sight before anyone spoke. That was close, Dave said. Too close, Emily agreed. Dad, you can't keep dodging this. Eventually, someone's going to push hard enough. Walt sat heavily in his chair. She was right. The walls were closing in. The older one emerged from the bedroom, made a worried sound. We're okay, Walt said. For now. But they all knew for now was running out. That evening, they had a war council. Notebooks out, maps spread across the table, everyone contributing ideas. Option 1, Emily said. We relocate them to remote wilderness. Pros, they disappear, stay hidden. Cons, they're separated from their tribe. We have no way to protect them long term. Option 2, Mark said. We go public on our own terms. Controlled revelation. Pros, we control the narrative, maybe get ahead of exploitation. Cons, we lose all control the second it's out there. Option 3, Dave said. We do nothing. Let the researchers come in spring. Let the tribe scatter. Hope for the best. Pros, we're not responsible for the outcome. Cons, we're absolutely responsible for the outcome. None of these are good, Emily said. Because there is no good option, Walt said. That's the problem. We're trying to protect something that the world isn't ready to handle responsibly. Then we make the world ready, Emily said. How? She thought for a moment. We change the conversation. Before anyone knows they exist, we start pushing for stronger protection laws. Legislation that recognizes sentience in non-human species. Rights for intelligent life. That takes years, Dave said. So we start now. Mark can help with social media campaigns, building public sentiment. I can use my contacts in the architecture world. We've got environmental activists, people who care about preservation. We build a movement before there's a face to the movement. And when they're eventually discovered, Walt asked, by then, there's infrastructure in place, legal precedent, public support. It won't be perfect, but it's better than nothing. Mark was nodding. It could work. If we're careful, if we use proxies, keep yourselves out of it. I can set up organizations, funding streams, all anonymous. By the time anyone connects it to this location, we've already built protection. Walt looked at the two young ones. Listening to this conversation, they only partly understood, trusting the humans to figure it out. It's a long shot, he said. Better than no shot, Emily countered. And in the meantime, while we're building this movement, we keep them safe, we keep the secret, we buy as much time as we can. Dave raised his coffee mug to buying time and building revolutions. They clinked mugs, glasses, whatever was in reach. A pact made across species lines. The older one approached Emily, touched her hand gently, made a sound gratitude, hope. We're going to figure this out, Emily told it. I promise. It nodded, believing her. Walt just hoped they could make good on all these promises they kept making. The storm hit that night, fierce and sudden. Wind howling, like it had something to prove. Snow coming down so thick you couldn't see the tree line. They were all stuck inside 5 humans, 2 creatures, 1 small cabin. Should have felt crowded. Instead, it felt like sanctuary. Emily taught the creatures to play cards. Simplified rules, just matching suits and numbers, but they got it fast. The younger one cheated, got caught, looked so sheepish, everyone laughed. Mark showed them pictures on his phone, cities, oceans, mountains, other animals. They were fascinated by the ocean, pointed at it, made questioning sounds. Water, Mark explained. Big water. bigger than lakes. The older one tried. Big, water. Exactly. Ocean, ocean, ocean. Perfect. Dave told stories from his ranger days, the time a bear broke into a camper's car, the tourist who tried to pet a moose, the forest fire they'd fought for 3 weeks straight. The creatures listened, rapt. They were storytellers too, Walt realized. Their culture probably had oral histories going back generations. They understood the power of narrative. Around midnight, the power went out. They lit candles, fed the wood stove, settled in. Emily sat beside Walt, watching the fire. "This is the most real thing I've ever been part of," she said quietly. "Everything else, my job, my apartment, the whole life I built in Chicago feels fake compared to this. This is fake too, in a way. We're living in a bubble that's about to pop. Maybe. But it's real while it lasts. When this is over, when you go back, are you going to be okay with normal life again?" She thought about it. "Probably not. But I don't think I want to be." The older one had fallen asleep with its head on Mark's lap. Mark was still awake, stroking its fur absently, staring into the fire. "You okay?" Walt asked him. "Yeah, just thinking. A week ago, my biggest concern was a project deadline. Now I'm part of a conspiracy to protect an unknown species from government exploitation." He laughed. "Life comes at you fast. You can still walk away. You and Emily both. No one would blame you. You think I'm going to leave now, after seeing this, after knowing they're real?" Mark shook his head. "No way. I'm in, whatever happens." Dave was already asleep on the couch, snoring softly. The younger one was curled by the stove, breathing deep and even. Walt looked around his small cabin, at his daughter, who he'd barely talked to in 3 years, now sitting beside him planning a revolution. At Mark, who he'd met yesterday, now committed to something that could destroy his life. At Dave, friend for 4 decades, risking his freedom on Walt's word alone. At 2 creatures who shouldn't exist, sleeping peacefully in his home. "Claire," he said quietly to her photo on the mantel, "I think I might be doing something right finally." The fire crackled. The storm raged. Inside, they were safe. For now, for tonight, that was enough. The storm lasted 3 days. 3 days of being snowed in, forced together, building something that felt like actual family. They developed routines. Emily made breakfast. Walt made dinner. Mark handled dishes. Dave kept the firewood stocked. The creatures helped where they could, learning, adapting, becoming part of the household rhythm. By day 3, the younger one could say about 20 words. The older one was up to maybe 50, speaking in simple sentences now. Walt make food. Emily teach good. Mark show picture. Their voices were rough, unpracticed, but undeniable. They were talking. On the morning of day 4, the storm broke. Weak sun struggling through clouds, the world outside buried under 2 feet of fresh snow. Walt's phone rang. "Terry, Walt, you okay out there?" "Fine. Got snowed in, but we're fine." "We? You got someone with you?" "My daughter's visiting. From Chicago." "Oh, good. Listen, I need to talk to you about something. Can I come by?" Walt's stomach dropped. "Roads are bad. I've got chains. I'll make it. This is important. Terry, 1 hour. I'll be there." He hung up before Walt could argue. "Shit," Walt said. "What?" Emily appeared from the bedroom. "Terry's coming. Says it's important. Can you put him off?" "Tried. He's insistent. Then we need to move them. Now. Get them out to the tribe before he gets here." But when they tried to explain it to the creatures, the older one refused. Flat out refused, shaking its head, making distressed sounds. "You have to," Emily said, "just for a few hours, until he leaves." The older one pointed at the house, at them, at itself. "Stay, safe here. You're not safe if Terry sees you. Hide. Good at hide. Not good enough. Please." The word came out mangled but clear. "Please stay." Emily looked at Walt, helpless. "Dad?" Walt knelt down to the older one's level. Listen to me. I know you're scared. I know you don't want to leave. But if that man sees you, everything we've been trying to protect falls apart. You understand? The older one's eyes were wet. It made a sound terrified, pleading. I promise you can come back. I promise we'll take care of you. But right now, you need to go outside, to your tribe, just for a few hours. The older one looked at Emily, at Mark, at Dave, looking for someone who'd take its side. I'm sorry, Emily said, voice breaking. We don't have a choice. Finally, slowly, the older one nodded, took the younger one's hand. They both looked devastated. Walt led them to the back door, opened it. The cold rushed in. 3 knocks came from the woods. The tribe had been watching, knew something was wrong. The 2 young ones walked out into the snow, looking back every few steps. The older one raised its hand, the gesture Walt had learned. Honor, connection. Walt raised his hand back. The creatures vanished into the trees just as they heard Terry's truck pulling up the drive. Walt closed the door, heart hammering. Everyone act natural, Dave said. We're just family snowed in together. Nothing unusual. Terry knocked. Walt opened up. Terry, come in. Terry stepped inside, stamping snow off his boots. His eyes swept the room, looking for what? Evidence? Proof? Coffee? Emily offered, playing the gracious host. Sure, thanks. Terry sat at the table. Sorry to barge in like this, but something's happened. What? Walt kept his voice level. Got a call from a researcher at Michigan Tech, Dr. Sarah Chen. She's a primatologist, studies endangered species. Apparently, word's gotten out about unusual sightings up here. She wants to come investigate. When? 2 weeks. She's putting together a team, trail cameras, DNA testing, the works. Regional office approved it. 2 weeks. Not 3 months. 2 weeks. That seems fast, Emily said. Yeah, well, she's got funding from some conservation group. Money talks. Terry looked at Walt. Thing is, I need your help. My help? You know these woods better than anyone. I need you to consult. Show her the best survey locations. Help interpret the data. That sort of thing. Walt's mind raced. If he refused, it would look suspicious. If he agreed, he'd be helping them find the tribe. Terry, I'm retired. Not sure I'm the best. You're the only one who's been working these woods for 40 years. Come on, Walt. This could be significant. Real scientific breakthrough. Don't you want to be part of that? Emily caught Walt's eye, a tiny shake of her head. Don't. But Walt understood the position he was in. Refuse and Terry would wonder why. Agree and at least he could control some of the information. All right, Walt said. I'll help. Terry smiled, relieved. Great. Dr. Chen will be in touch. Probably want to meet with you next week. Start planning the survey. He finished his coffee, made small talk, left. They waited until his truck disappeared before anyone spoke. 2 weeks, Dave said. We're out of time. Emily pulled out her phone, started typing furiously. I'm calling in every favor I have. Environmental lawyers, activists, anyone who can slow this down. Won't work, Mark said. If she's got funding and approval, this is happening. Walt walked to the back door, opened it. The 2 creatures were standing just inside the tree line, watching, waiting for permission to come home. He waved them in. They ran through the snow, burst inside, both talking at once. Safe? Okay? Man gone? Yeah, Walt said. Man gone. You're safe. The older one hugged him, actually hugged him, arms wrapped tight. Scared. So scared. I know. Me too. That night, they didn't plan, didn't strategize. They just sat together, knowing time was running out, knowing everything was about to change. The older one brought Walt something, a new carving. This one showed a door, open, with figures walking through it. On the other side, light. What's this? Walt asked. The older one pointed at the door. Choice. What choice? Your choice. Stay, go, fight, run. It touched Walt's chest. You choose. We follow. The weight of that trust nearly crushed him. I don't know what to choose, Walt admitted. Choose later. Now, just. It searched for the word Emily had taught it. Together. Just together. Yeah, Walt said. Together. They sat by the fire until late. Mark fell asleep in a chair. Emily dozed on the couch. Dave was out cold, snoring. Walt stayed awake. The older one curled at his feet, the younger one in his lap. Two creatures who trusted him to save them. 2 weeks to figure out how. 2 weeks to choose between running and fighting. 2 weeks before the world found out what lived in these woods. Outside, the tribe kept watch. Inside, a found family held on to each other, knowing the storm was coming, and there was no hiding from it this time. Walt looked at Claire's photo. She would have been angry at him for waiting this long. She would have told him to act, not plan, to do something, anything, instead of sitting around waiting for disaster. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, he had 2 weeks. Time to make them count. Walt woke the next morning with a plan. Not a good plan, but a plan. He gathered everyone at the table, Emily, Mark, Dave, and the two creatures who now understood enough to participate. 2 weeks, Walt said. That's what we've got. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to map every camera location, every survey point, every place this researcher is likely to search. Then we're going to make those areas useless. How? Emily asked. We contaminate the data, seed false evidence, lead them in wrong directions. Make the search turn up nothing conclusive. Dave nodded slowly, muddying the waters. Exactly. If every camera shows normal wildlife, if every site turns up deer tracks and bear scat and nothing else, eventually they'll conclude there's nothing here. But there is something here, Mark said. They'll keep looking, maybe. But if we can buy another 6 months, another year, that's time to build the legal framework Emily talked about. Time to get protection in place. And the tribe? Emily asked. They can't just stop existing for 6 months. They move deeper, temporarily. There's territory up past Grand Marais, old-growth forest, no trails, barely mapped. They relocate until the search ends. The older one made a distressed sound. Leave home? Just for a while, Walt said. Until it's safe to come back. Not safe. Never safe. The older one's English was getting better every day, which meant its ability to express fear was getting better too. They find. They always find. Not if we're smart. Not if we protect you. How? You one man. Old man. It wasn't an insult, just truth. They many. Strong. Have weapons. Have machines. Walt didn't have an answer for that. Because the older one was right. Emily reached across the table, took the creature's hand. You're right. We can't guarantee your safety, but we can try. And trying is better than giving up. Your mother, the older one, pointed at Claire's photo. She gave up. Emily's face crumpled. No, she fought until she couldn't anymore. We same. Fight until can't. That's not your kids. You shouldn't have to fight. Parents dead. Must be adults now. The older one straightened its shoulders, trying to look bigger, older, braver than it was. We protect family. You family. We protect. Walt felt something break open in his chest. Listen to me, both of you. You're not protecting us. We're protecting you. That's how this works. Why? Because you're children and we're adults, and that's what adults do. In our tribe, children protect too. Everyone protect, all together. It was a rebuke and a lesson. They were thinking tribally, collectively. Humans thought individually, in hierarchies, different survival strategies. All right, Walt said. Then we all protect each other. Deal? The older one nodded. Deal. They spent that day planning. Walt pulled out his old survey maps, the new ones Dave had brought, even satellite photos Mark found online, marked every location where Terry had placed cameras, where the tribe had been sighted, where researchers would likely focus. Here, Walt pointed. This valley. 3 camera placements, good sight lines, near a creek where animals water. They'll definitely survey it. So we make it boring, Dave said. Normal animal activity. Nothing unusual. How do we do that without tipping our hand? Mark asked. We don't touch the cameras. We redirect the tribe. Make sure they're nowhere near these areas for the next few weeks. Let the cameras record normal forest activity. Emily was taking notes. What about DNA? They'll take samples, hair, scat, anything they can find. The tribe's been avoiding those areas since the cameras went up. Most of what's there is old. Snow's covered it. By the time researchers show up, there won't be much to find. What about tracks? Winter's good for that. Tracks fill in fast with snow and wind. We just need a few more storms. As if on cue, the weather report on Dave's phone showed another system moving in. 3 days out, possibly significant. Nature's helping, Dave said. For once, Walt agreed. The older one was studying the maps with intense focus. It pointed to one area. We go here, past mountain, deep forest, many caves. That's 20 miles north, Walt said. Rough terrain, safe, humans don't go. Your tribe knows this area. A nod. Old territory. From before humans come. Before humans, you mean like historically. How long has your tribe been here? The older one thought, struggling with time concepts. Held up both hands, fingers spread. Repeated the gesture over and over. Too many to count. Generations, Emily breathed. They've been here for generations. Longer than us, Mark said. Longer than the town, the park. Maybe longer than European settlement. The older one nodded. We first. You come after. It was a profound statement, delivered simply. They were the original inhabitants. Humans were the newcomers. Then you have the right to be here, Emily said. More right than any of us. Rights. The older one tested the word. What is rights? Things you deserve just for existing. Safety, home, family. We have rights? You should. You do. We just have to make others recognize it. The older one looked at her for a long moment. You different from other humans. You see us. Most humans look, but don't see. I see you, Emily said. We all do. That afternoon, Walt and Dave hiked out to check the camera placements. The snow was deep, the going slow. Walt's knees complained, his back ached, but he pushed through. They found the first camera on Trail 7. Standard setup, motion activated, infrared. Dave pulled out a small notebook, sketched the location, sight lines, sensor range. If something approaches from the west, Dave said, camera won't trigger until it's already in frame. East and south, it'll catch movement earlier. So the tribe should avoid approaching from east and south. Exactly. They checked 3 more cameras, documented everything. On the hike back, Dave said, you know this isn't going to work. What do you mean? I mean we can muddy the data, redirect the tribe, buy some time, but eventually someone's going to get lucky. Someone's going to get proof. And when that happens, you're going to have to make a choice. What choice? Whether to keep hiding them or to control the revelation yourself. Walt stopped walking. You think I should go public? I think keeping this secret is killing you. I think you're carrying weight that's too heavy for one man. Even with Emily helping, even with all of us, this is unsustainable. If I go public, they become specimens, maybe. Or maybe you become the one person who can advocate for them. The one who knows them as people, not animals. That has value, Walt. It's leverage. Or it's betrayal. Only if you do it wrong. They hiked in silence for a while. Then Walt said, Claire would tell me to do the brave thing. Problem is, I don't know which choice is braver. The brave thing is probably the one that scares you most. Then I'm completely fucked, because all of it scares me. Dave laughed. Welcome to moral ambiguity. It's a shit place to live, but at least the company's good. When they got back, Emily was teaching the creatures to read. Simple words, written on flashcards. The younger one was struggling, but the older one was picking it up with frightening speed. Dog, Emily said, holding up a card. Dog. The older one repeated, then pointed out the window. Like small ones. Brown. Bark, bark. Yes. Deer. These are deer. New card. Deer. We eat deer. Good meat. Emily faltered. Right. Yes. You hunt deer. Hunt many things. Need food. The older one tilted its head. You not hunt? We buy food. From stores. What is stores? Places where people trade money for goods. What is money? Emily looked helplessly at Walt. That's complicated. The older one accepted this. Many human things complicated. Why? I don't know. I really don't. Are way more simple. Hunt. Share. Protect. Family. Sounds nice. Is nice. Until humans come. The older one's expression darkened. Always humans come. Always problems start. Not all humans are bad, Emily said softly. No. Some good. You good. Walt good. Dave good. Mark good. It paused. But others? Others kill. Take. Destroy. How we know which kind humans are? You can't always know. That's the hard part. Then, trust very. Brave? Testing the word. Yes. Trust is very brave. We trust you. The older one touched Emily's hand. Please be right, humans. Emily's eyes filled with tears. We're trying. I promise we're trying. That evening, the older one did something unexpected. It went out onto the porch and made the warbling calls to the tribe. But this time, the pattern was different. Longer, more complex. The elder responded. They communicated for nearly an hour, back and forth, with the younger one sometimes joining in. Walt, Emily, Dave, and Mark listened from inside, unable to understand but sensing the importance. When the older one came back in, it looked exhausted but determined. What did you tell them? Walt asked. Tell them we stay, not go to tribe. Stay with you. What? No, that's not. You can't stay here when the researchers come. Tribe go north, to old territory. We stay here, with you. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. More dangerous apart. Together stronger. Listen to me. No. The older one stood tall, voice firm. You listen. Tribe trusts you. I trust you. But I not child anymore. Parents dead. Must make choices. This my choice. We stay. Walt looked at Emily helplessly. She bit her lip, clearly torn. This is crazy, Walt said. You'll be found. You'll be taken. Then we hide better. We smarter than you think. I know you're smart. That's not the issue. Issue is you think you only one who decides. But we people too. We get choice. It was the most assertive the older one had ever been. And it was right. Walt had been making decisions for them, assuming he knew best. But they were sentient beings with their own agency. Your tribe agreed to this? Walt asked. Elders say is dangerous. Say may be bad idea. But say is our choice. Respect choice. Even if it gets you killed? Everyone die sometime. Rather die with family than alone. The younger one came over, pressed close to its sibling. Together. Stay together. Walt sat down heavily. Looked at Dave, at Emily, at Mark, looking for someone to tell him this was a bad idea, that he should refuse, that he should force them to leave. But Emily said, their choice, Dad. We have to respect it. They're children. They're old enough to have lost their parents. Old enough to survive on their own. Old enough to choose. This is insane. Yeah, Dave said. But so is everything else about this situation. Might as well be consistently insane. Mark pulled out his laptop. If they're staying, we need to prepare. I can set up alert systems, motion sensors around the property. Give us warning if anyone approaches. I can work on better hiding spots, Emily said. Places in the house where they can go if someone shows up unexpected. And I can teach them better English, Dave said. The more they understand, the better they can respond to danger. They were all in, all committed, all completely out of their minds. Walt looked at the two creatures. If you stay, You follow my rules. When I say hide, you hide. When I say run, you run. No arguments. Understood. Understood, the older one said. Then, with perfect dignity, thank you for let us stay. Don't thank me yet. Thank me if we survive this. The next week was a blur of preparation. Mark installed motion sensors around the property, connected them to their phones, set up alert systems, evacuation protocols, even a panic button that would wipe all their digital evidence. Emily worked on hiding spots, a false panel behind the bedroom closet, a crawl space under the porch, accessible only from inside, even a camouflaged shelter in the woods nearby stocked with supplies. Dave drilled them on emergency procedures. If someone came, if they were separated, if the worst happened. And Walt? Walt called in every favor he had. He called Linda Blackwell, asked her to slow roll any requests from Dr. Chen's team. She agreed, said she'd bury them in bureaucracy for as long as possible. He called Harold Gunderson, asked if he'd spread some misinformation around town. Harold said he'd start rumors about animal sightings in the opposite direction, 40 miles away, send people chasing ghosts. He even called Terry, volunteered to do preliminary site assessments before Dr. Chen arrived. That way he could control which locations got flagged as promising and which got dismissed. You're being unusually helpful, Terry said, suspicious. Told you, I want this handled properly. Too many amateurs running around causes problems. Well, I appreciate it. Dr. Chen will be in touch this week. The call came 3 days later. Dr. Sarah Chen, 40-something, spoke with the clipped precision of someone who didn't waste words. Mr. Bergen, I've reviewed the reports. I'd like to meet with you tomorrow to discuss survey methodology. Tomorrow's difficult. Weather's supposed to turn. I'm driving up from Houghton regardless. Let's say 2 p.m. I have your address. She hung up before he could argue. She's coming here, Walt told the others. Tomorrow, Emily went pale. To the house? Apparently. We can't let her see them. I know. They spent that evening preparing. Scrubbed the house of any evidence, hid the teaching materials, the extra food, the carvings that looked too sophisticated to be random finds. The older one carved a new bird intentionally crude, left it on the mantel. Make it look like Walt's work, a retirement hobby. The two creatures practiced hiding. The older one could fit in the crawl space under the porch easily. The younger one had to squeeze, but managed. They timed it 15 seconds from alert to invisible. Not bad, Dave said, but you need to be quieter. I can still hear you moving. They practiced again and again, until they could disappear in 10 seconds with barely a sound. That night, Walt couldn't sleep. Lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the house breathe, thinking about all the ways tomorrow could go wrong. Around 3 a.m., the older one appeared in his doorway. Can't sleep? Walt asked. A head shake. Me neither. Come on. They sat in the living room, Walt in his chair, the creature on the floor beside him. The stove had burned low, just embers now, casting barely any light. You scared about tomorrow? Walt asked. Yes. Very scared. Me too. You scared? Why? You strong. Brave. Being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. The older one thought about this. Parents were brave. They leave forest, try to cross road. Knew was dangerous. Did anyway, to find food for us. For family. I'm sorry that happened to them. Me too. Every day. Me too. It was quiet for a moment. Walt? What happens if she finds us? I don't know. Will you still protect us? With everything I have, even if dangerous for you, especially if it's dangerous for me. Why? Walt thought about how to explain it. When your parents died, your elder brought you to me because I helped you once. A long time ago. One small act of kindness, and it built trust between us. Trust that lasted 20 years. Yes. Well, you being here, you trusting me. Your tribe trusting me, that's not a small thing. That's a sacred thing. And sacred things are worth protecting, even when it's hard, even when it's dangerous. Sacred, the older one repeated. What means sacred? It means holy, important. The kind of thing you don't betray, no matter what. You think we sacred? I think what we've built here, this family, this trust, yeah, I think it's sacred. The older one leaned against his leg. Your mate, Claire, she was sacred. Yes, you miss her every day, but you still here, still strong. How? I'm not strong. I'm stubborn. There's a difference. What difference? Strong means you don't break. Stubborn means you break and keep going anyway. The older one nodded slowly, understanding. I stubborn too. Parents die, heartbreak, but I keep going for sibling, for family. Yeah, you're stubborn as hell. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then the older one said softly, if tomorrow bad, if she finds us, you let us go. Don't fight for us. Run away. Be safe. That's not happening. Please. You have daughter. She needs you. We already lose parents. Don't want Emily lose father too. Emily's a grown woman. She can take care of herself. Still needs you. Everyone needs family. Walt pulled the creature closer. You're my family too now. You understand that? You and your sibling, that makes you my responsibility. Not responsible for us. Yes, I am. The minute I opened that door in the storm, the minute I let you in, I became responsible. That's what family means. The older one was quiet. Then, in our tribe, we say, family is not blood. Family is who stands beside you when world breaks. Your tribe is smart. Yes, very smart. That's why they trust you. They stayed there until dawn started bleeding into the sky. Then the older one went to wake its sibling, and Walt made coffee, and everyone prepared for Dr. Sarah Chen to arrive and possibly destroy everything they'd built. She showed up at exactly 2 p.m. Drove a Subaru Outback with Michigan Tech stickers and a kayak rack. Practical vehicle for practical woman. Got out wearing field clothes, waterproof pants, hiking boots, North Face jacket, hair pulled back, no makeup, all business. Walt met her at the door before she could knock. Dr. Chen, Mr. Bergen. Thanks for making time. She looked past him into the house. Mind if we talk inside? Cold out here. Every instinct screamed to say no, but refusing would raise questions. Sure. Come in. She entered, eyes cataloging everything. Saw the clean house, the coffee brewing, the carved bird on the mantel. Nice work, she said, pointing at the bird. Yours? Retirement hobby. You're talented. She pulled out a laptop, set it on the table. Shall we? They spent an hour going over maps, sites, methodology. Walt played the helpful local expert, pointing out good survey locations, all of them far from where the tribe actually moved. Suggested camera placements that would capture normal wildlife activity, recommended timing that would miss the creature's patterns. Dr. Chen took notes, asked good questions, seemed satisfied. This is incredibly helpful, she said. With your knowledge of the terrain, we should be able to conduct a thorough survey efficiently. Happy to help preserve the park's ecosystem. That's all this is, she said. People get excited about cryptids, but I'm just interested in the science. If there's an undocumented species here, it deserves proper study and protection. And if there's not, then we document what is here and make recommendations for conservation. Either way, the park benefits. She seemed sincere. That made it worse somehow. She wasn't a villain. She was a scientist doing her job. And Walt was lying to her, manipulating her, because the truth would destroy what he was protecting. When do you start? Walt asked. 2 days. Small team initially, myself. 2 grad students, a technical specialist. We'll set up a base camp at the Trail 7 parking area. 4-week survey, maybe 6 depending on what we find. 4 weeks. That was how long they had to keep the creatures hidden. 4 weeks of constant vigilance, constant fear. Sounds thorough. We're nothing if not thorough. She packed up her laptop. I'll send you our daily plans, in case you have insights about timing or weather considerations. Appreciated. She stood to leave, then paused. Mr. Bergen, can I ask you something off the record? Walt's blood went cold. Sure, Terry Olson. He seems invested in finding something unusual, almost desperately. Do you know why? Ambition, probably. Regional office job. Wants a big case to make his name. That's what I thought. She studied him. You've been a ranger for 40 years. You've spent more time in these woods than anyone alive. In all that time, have you ever seen anything you couldn't explain? The moment stretched. Walt could feel his heart hammering. This was it. The direct question. Lie or truth? I've seen plenty I couldn't explain, he said carefully. Nature's full of mysteries. Some of them stay mysteries. That's part of its beauty. Dr. Shen smiled, diplomatically answered. My grandfather used to say the same thing. He was a forest keeper in China. Said some questions aren't meant to be answered, just respected. Your grandfather sounds wise. He was. She pulled on her gloves. Thank you for your time, Mr. Bergen. I'll be in touch. She left. Walt watched her drive away, hands shaking. The older one emerged from the crawl space under the porch, covered in cobwebs. Safe? For now. She seemed nice. For human who hunts us, she's not hunting you. She doesn't even know you exist. Yet, the older one said. Not yet. That night, Emily announced she was extending her stay. Another month, she told Walt. I called my office, said I needed family medical leave. They approved it. You don't have to. Yes, I do. You can't do this alone. And honestly, I don't want to go back. Not yet. Not while this is happening. What about your job? Your life in Chicago? My life in Chicago is designing buildings for rich people who don't need them. This actually matters. Mark was staying too. Set up a remote work situation. Told his company he was dealing with a family emergency. Technically true. Dave had never planned to leave. Nothing waiting for me in Houghton except an empty house. Rather be useful here. So they were in it together. All of them. One old ranger, his daughter, her boyfriend, his best friend, and two creatures who shouldn't exist, against a research team, the Park Service, and eventually, if things went bad, the full weight of the federal government. The odds were terrible, but they had two things in their favor. They knew the territory, and they were fighting for something that mattered. Sometimes that was enough. Sometimes it wasn't. They'd find out which in about 4 weeks. The older one sat at the table, practicing writing. It had progressed from single words to simple sentences. Walt is good man, it wrote carefully. Emily is good woman. Dave is good friend. Mark is good teacher. We are family. Family protects. Walt read it over the creature's shoulder, throat tight. Yeah, he said, family protects. Outside, the first snow of the evening started to fall. The tribe was out there somewhere, moving north to old territory, trusting Walt to keep their children safe. Inside, 5 beings who shouldn't be together, prepared for a war they couldn't win, but they'd fight anyway, because that's what family did. Dr. Chen's team arrived on schedule 2 days later. Walt watched from his porch as 3 vehicles pulled into the Trail 7 parking area. Dr. Chen's Subaru, a Michigan tech van, and a pickup truck loaded with equipment. Through binoculars, he counted 4 people. Dr. Chen, 2 young ones who had to be the grad students, and an older man handling the technical equipment. They moved with practiced efficiency, unloading gear, setting up what looked like a command tent. They're here, Walt called inside. Emily joined him, taking the binoculars. That's a lot of equipment. Trail cams, audio recording devices, probably thermal imaging too. They're serious. The older one appeared beside them, standing carefully back from the window where it couldn't be seen from outside. They hunt us now. They're looking. Not hunting. There's a difference. What difference? Hunters want to kill. These people want to study. Study is better? Not really, Emily said quietly. Different kind of threat. Over the next few days, they fell into a tense routine. Walt would drive out each morning to consult with Dr. Chen's team, feed them information that led nowhere, suggest sites that would yield normal results. He'd come home and brief the others on the team's plans for the next day. The creatures stayed hidden during daylight hours. The older one had gotten good at reading Walt's maps, could predict where the team would be searching. They'd plan their movements around it. If researchers were surveying the east trails, the creatures would stay west. If cameras were being placed north, they'd avoid that area entirely. It was like a chess game, except the other player didn't know they were playing. On day 3, Walt was helping Dr. Chen review footage from newly placed cameras when one of the grad students, Melissa, early 20s, enthusiastic, came running over. "Dr. Chen, you need to see this." They crowded around her laptop. Footage from a camera placed 2 days ago. Nighttime, thermal imaging, something large moving through the frame. Bipedal, there for maybe 3 seconds, then gone. Walt's heart stopped. "Well," Dr. Chen said, "that's interesting. Could it be a bear?" The other grad student, James, asked. "Wrong gate. Bears on 2 legs move differently." She replayed it, slowed it down. "Whatever this is, it's comfortable walking upright. Should we focus on this area?" Melissa asked. "Let's not jump to conclusions. Could be a person, could be image artifacts, could be a lot of things." But Dr. Chen's eyes were bright, excited. "But yes, let's increase coverage in this sector. Walt, what do you think?" Walt forced himself to look carefully at the footage. Hard to say. Definitely unusual, but 3 seconds isn't much to work with. "No, it's not. Which is why we need more data." She turned to her team. "I want 4 more cameras in a grid pattern around this location, and let's schedule night observations. If something's moving through here regularly, we should be able to document it." Walt drove home with his stomach in knots. "They got footage," he told the others. "Thermal imaging. One of the tribe, probably. 3 seconds of video." "Shit," Dave said. "How bad?" "Not conclusive yet, but they're excited. They're focusing on that area now." The older one was pacing, was northwest trail, Elder's usual path. He didn't know about new camera. "Can you tell him? Warn them?" "We'll try, but tribe scattered now. Hard to reach everyone." That night, the older one went out to make its calls. But this time, no one answered. It tried for an hour, voice growing more desperate, more worried. Finally, it came back inside, shaking. "Can't reach them. Something wrong. Maybe they're too far away," Emily said. "Out of range." "No, I know their range. They should hear. They're not answering." "Why wouldn't they answer?" 2 reasons. 1, they in danger, can't make noise. 2, the older one's voice dropped. "They gone." "Gone where?" "Away, far away, left territory completely." Walt exchanged a look with Dave. "Would they do that? Leave without telling you? If Elder thought we in too much danger?" "Yes. Would remove tribe, protect the group." The older one sat heavily. "They leave us." "They didn't leave you," Emily said. "They're keeping the researchers away from you, drawing attention north while you stay safe here. Or they think we lost, think humans found us, so they run. Save themselves. You don't know that." But the older one's expression said it believed exactly that. Its tribe had abandoned them to their fate. The next week was harder. Dr. Chen's team found more evidence, hair samples that didn't match any known species, footprints that defied easy explanation, broken branches at heights, suggesting something tall had passed through. Nothing definitive, nothing conclusive, but enough to keep them looking. And they were getting closer to Walt's property. Their search grid was expanding, cameras being placed in a tightening circle. It was only a matter of time. The creatures were showing the strain. The younger one stopped eating much, lost weight. The older one was sleeping poorly, waking from nightmares. One night, Walt found it standing at the window, tears running down its face. "What's wrong?" Walt asked. "Miss parents. Miss tribe. Miss home." Its English was fluent now, which made the grief more articulate. "Don't belong anywhere. Not with tribe, not with humans. Nowhere. You belong here. With us." "For how long?" Researchers find us soon. Then what? We run again? Hide again? For rest of life? Walt didn't have an answer. Emily did. She came out of the bedroom, having heard the conversation. Then we stop running. We fight. How? We're children. You're 4 humans. They're government, scientists, everyone. We're also not alone. There are people who'll help. Harold in town, Linda at the university, Dave's contacts, my network in Chicago. We start making noise, building support, before they have a chance to take you. What kind of noise? Emily sat beside the older one. We document everything. Your language skills, your culture, your intelligence. We prove you're people, not animals. Then we go public on our terms, with lawyers ready, with protections in place. And if that doesn't work, then we run, all of us, together. They can't track all of us if we scatter. You would run? Leave your life? I already did. I'm here, aren't I? The older one looked at her, then at Walt. You would do same? Leave everything? Walt thought about his house, his routine, the life he'd built around Claire's memory. Thought about what he'd actually be leaving behind. There's nothing here I care about more than keeping you safe, he said. So yeah, I'd leave. That's crazy. Probably. Why you do this? We're not even same species. Because, Walt said slowly, when Claire was dying, when she couldn't remember me anymore, she'd still reach for my hand, still wanted connection, even when she didn't know who I was. That's the thing about being alive. We need each other. Doesn't matter if we're human or not. We all need family. The older one leaned against him. You good father. Emily lucky. Emily would probably disagree. I wouldn't, Emily said. Not anymore. On day 12 of the survey, something happened that changed everything. The younger one got sick. It started with a cough, then fever. By evening, it was shaking violently, burning up, barely conscious. What's wrong with it? Mark asked, panicked. I don't know. Flu? Pneumonia? I don't even know if they get human illnesses. The older one was frantic, trying to cool its sibling with wet towels, making distressed sounds. Help. Please help. We need a doctor, Emily said. We can't take it to a doctor. They'll know immediately what it is. Then what do we do? Just let it die? Walt grabbed his phone, dialed Linda Blackwell. She answered on the 3rd ring. Walt? It's late. Linda, I need help. Medical help. Quietly. What's wrong? I can't explain over the phone. But I need someone who can treat, who can help with something unusual. Someone discreet. Silence. Then, how unusual are we talking? Very. Christ. Walt. You're asking me to bring a doctor into whatever you're hiding out there. I'm asking you to save a child's life. More silence. He could hear her thinking, weighing options. There's a vet in Marquette, Samantha Reeves. She's good, she's smart, and she doesn't ask questions she doesn't want answers to. I can call her, but Walt, if this is what I think it is, then you're out of your mind. Probably. Will you call her? Give me an hour. Doctor, Samantha Reeves arrived 90 minutes later. Late 50s, weathered face, carried herself like someone who'd seen everything and wasn't impressed by much. Linda came with her. Walt met them at the door. Before you come in, I need you to understand what you see here. You can't talk about. To anyone. Ever. Linda said it was unusual, Dr. Reeves said. I'm assuming unusual means illegal. Means complicated. How complicated? Career-ending, if you talk. Dr. Reeves looked at Linda. Linda nodded. He's serious. All right. I'm in. Show me. Walt opened the door. Let them inside. The older one was sitting beside its sibling, holding its hand. Looked up when they entered. 2 strange humans. Unknown. Potentially dangerous. Dr. Reeves stopped dead. Stared. Linda gasped. Holy Mother of God, Dr. Reeves whispered. This is what needs help, Walt said. It's been sick for 12 hours. Fever, coughing, now it's barely conscious. Doctor, Reeves set down her bag slowly, movements careful. May I examine it? The older one looked at Walt. He nodded. It's okay. She's here to help. The older one moved aside, watching closely as Dr. Reeves approached. She knelt beside the younger one, pulled out a stethoscope. I'm going to listen to its chest. Won't hurt. She worked methodically, checked temperature, 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Listened to lungs, congested, examined eyes and throat. The whole time, her face was unreadable. Professional. Pneumonia, she said finally. Bacterial, probably. The good news is it's treatable. Bad news is I need to give antibiotics, and I have no idea what dosage is appropriate for. What is this? Weight-wise, maybe 80 pounds. About that, Walt said. I'll start with pediatric dosing, adjust if needed. I'll need to come back daily, monitor progress. She looked up at Walt. This is insane. You know that, right? Yeah. Where did they come from? How long have they been here? Are there more? Can't answer that. Can't or won't. Both. Dr. Reeves pulled out supplies, antibiotics, IV fluids, fever reducers. Started setting up. Linda hovered nearby, still in shock. Walt, Linda said quietly, do you understand what you're sitting on here? This is the biggest discovery in history. This changes everything we know about. I know. And you're just keeping them here? Hidden? I'm protecting them. From what? From becoming specimens. From being studied to death. From losing their freedom. They might have valuable knowledge. Scientific value beyond. They're children, Linda. Someone's children. They've lost their parents. They're orphans trying to survive. That's all that matters. The older one approached Linda, looked her in the eyes. You tell others? About us? Linda stared back. The creature's intelligence was obvious in that gaze. Not animal. Not human. Something else. I don't know, Linda admitted. I need time to process this. No time, the older one said. You decide now. Tell or not tell. That's not fair. Life not fair. Parents dead. Tribe gone. Now siblings sick. Nothing fair. But you decide now. Family or enemy? The bluntness of it seemed to shake Linda. She looked at Walt, at Emily, at Dave and Mark, at these humans who'd risked everything to protect two creatures. I'm not your enemy, she said finally. But you tell. No, I won't tell. Promise? I promise. The older one nodded, satisfied, went back to its sibling's side. Dr. Reeves finished setting up the IV. This should help. Keep it hydrated. Keep fever down. Let the antibiotics work. I'll come back tomorrow morning. If there's any change, breathing gets worse, fever spikes above 105, you call me immediately. Thank you, Walt said. Don't thank me yet. This thing could die, and I'd have no idea how to save it. I'm a veterinarian, not a cryptozoologist. You're all we've got. She packed up her bag, headed for the door, then turned back. For what it's worth, I get it. What you're doing, the choice you made. It's insane, but I get it. That mean you'll keep coming? Help if needed? Yeah, I'll help. But Walt, you can't keep this secret forever. Eventually, someone's going to find out. And when they do, you need a plan better than hiding in a cabin, working on it. After they left, Emily pulled Walt aside. We just expanded the circle. 2 more people know. Had no choice. It was dying. I know. But Dad, we're at 6 people now. 6 people keeping a secret this big. That's not sustainable. What do you want me to do? Let it die? No. God, no. I'm just saying the circle's widening. And the bigger it gets, the harder it is to control. She was right. He knew she was right. But what else could he do? The younger one improved over the next few days. Fever broke, breathing eased, appetite returned. Dr. Reeves came daily, adjusted medication, monitored progress. By day 4, the crisis had passed. It's going to be fine, Dr. Reeves said. Tough little thing. Thank you, the older one said. You save sibling. You speak English. Dr. Reeves looked stunned. Learning. Walt and Emily teach. How long have you been learning? 3 weeks, maybe 4. Time hard to count. You learned English in a month? Yes, is important. Must understand humans to survive humans. Dr. Reeves sat down heavily. This is incredible. The linguistic acquisition alone is. She stopped herself. Sorry, scientist brain. You're not a specimen. You're a person. Thank you for see that. Many humans don't see. How old are you? 7 years. Maybe 8. Not sure exactly. And you lost your parents? Killed. 3 months ago. Humans killed them. Jesus. I'm sorry. Many are sorry. But still happens. Always happens. Dr. Reeves looked at Walt. You know Dr. Chen's team found more evidence yesterday. Hair samples. Possible nest site. They're close. Walt's stomach dropped. How close? Maybe a mile from here. They're talking about expanding the search grid to include private properties, which means they'll want access to your land. Can I refuse? You can try, but if they get a warrant, you won't have a choice. How long do we have? Days. Maybe a week. They're building a case for expanded access. After Dr. Reeves left, they held another council. We're out of time, Dave said. They're going to search this property eventually. When they do, it's over. So we move them, Mark said. Get them out of here before that happens. Move them where? Emily asked. The tribe's gone. They're alone. Then we take them somewhere else. Canada, maybe. Get them across the border. Find remote territory. That's kidnapping, Walt said. Or smuggling. We'd be fugitives. We're already criminals, Mark pointed out. We're harboring undocumented beings. We've obstructed a federal investigation. We've lied to authorities. We're already in deep. He's right, Dave said. Question is whether we go deeper or cut our losses. Everyone looked at Walt, waiting for him to decide. He looked at the two creatures, the older one meeting his gaze steadily, the younger one still weak but recovering, curled in a blanket by the stove. We've got maybe a week, Walt said. Emily, you said we document everything, build a case. How fast can you do that? If Mark helps. If we work around the clock. Maybe 3 days to compile everything. Another 2 to get it in the right hands. That's 5 days. Leaves us 2 days of buffer. That's cutting it close, Dave said. Everything about this is close. But if we're going to do this, if we're going to fight, instead of run, we need ammunition. Evidence. Proof they're sentient. I can help. Dr. Reeves's voice came from the doorway. They all jumped. She'd come back, let herself in quietly. Cognitive tests, language assessment, social behavior documentation. If you want to prove they're people, I can help. Why? Walt asked. Why would you risk your career for this? Because in 30 years as a vet, I've euthanized thousands of animals. Dogs, cats, horses, beautiful, intelligent creatures. And every time, I told myself it was different because they weren't really people, weren't really conscious in the way we are. But looking at them, she pointed at the creatures. They're people, and I'm done pretending some lives matter less than others. The older one stood, walked to Dr. Reeves, extended its hand. Thank you, for help, for see us. Dr. Reeves shook its hand, tears in her eyes. You're welcome. We have a plan, Emily said. 3 days to document, 2 days to distribute, 1 week to change everything or lose everything. What could possibly go wrong? Dave said dryly. Everything, Walt thought. Absolutely everything. But they were out of options and out of time, so they got to work. The next 3 days were brutal. Emily and Mark set up a documentation station, video camera, audio recorder, laptop for notes. They filmed the creatures speaking, reading, solving problems, demonstrated their understanding of abstract concepts, their emotional intelligence, their capacity for learning. Dr. Reeves ran cognitive tests, memory, pattern recognition, spatial reasoning. The results were remarkable intelligence on par with human children their age, possibly exceeding it in some areas. Linda came back with a linguistics expert she trusted, Dr. Erin Kim, 60-something, taught at Michigan Tech, studied language acquisition in primates. He spent 2 days working with the older one, documenting its grasp of English syntax, grammar, vocabulary. "This is impossible," he kept saying. "Language acquisition at this speed suggests neural architecture we don't understand. This isn't just learning, this is something else. Something faster, more efficient." "Is it enough?" Emily asked. "To prove they're people, it's a start. But Walt, you need to understand what you're up against. Even with all this evidence, there's no legal framework for recognizing non-human personhood. We'd be making history, and history doesn't happen fast. We don't have time for slow. Then you need to be ready for backlash. Scientific community will want access. Government will want control. Media will want stories. And none of them will care what's best for these two. That's why we're doing this now. On our terms." They compiled everything into a comprehensive package: video evidence, cognitive test results, language analysis, Dr. Reeves' medical documentation, even statements from everyone involved. Proof of intelligence, of personhood, of the need for protection. Emily started reaching out to her network: environmental lawyers, animal rights activists, sympathetic journalists, building a coalition before going public. "We need to time this carefully," she said. "Release it all at once, to multiple outlets, simultaneously. Make it impossible to suppress." "When?" Walt asked. 2 days. That gives us time to coordinate, make sure everyone's on the same page. Dr. Chen's team could get their warrant before then. Then we expedite. Go tomorrow if we have to. But Dad, once we do this, there's no going back. These two become the most famous creatures on Earth. Your life changes forever. Everyone's life changes. I know. Are you ready for that?" Walt looked at the older one, teaching its sibling how to write their names. Looked at Emily, fierce and protective, fighting for something that mattered. Looked at Dave, Mark, Dr. Reeves, Linda, Dr. Kim, all these people who'd chosen to stand with them. "No," he said honestly. "But we're doing it anyway." That night, the older one couldn't sleep. None of them could. They all knew what was coming. Around midnight, the older one came to sit with Walt on the porch. Cold night, stars brilliant overhead. The kind of night that made you feel small and significant at the same time. "Tomorrow changes everything," the older one said. "Yeah, maybe good change, maybe bad, probably both. You scared? Terrified?" "Me too." The older one was quiet for a moment. "Walt, if this goes bad, if they take us away, I want you to know something." "What?" "These weeks with you, with Emily, with everyone they best, weeks of my life. After parents died, thought we'd be alone forever. Thought nobody cared about us. But you cared. You all cared. That means everything." Walt's throat tightened. "You're not alone. No matter what happens tomorrow, you're not alone. Promise? Promise." The older one leaned against him. They sat like that, for a long time, watching the stars, waiting for dawn and whatever it would bring. Inside, Emily was making final preparations, double-checking files, confirming contacts, making sure everything was ready. Mark was setting up fail-safes if anything went wrong, if they got raided, if the worst happened, the evidence would still get out. Dead man's switches, time-delayed releases, multiple backup plans. Dave was cleaning weapons, not planning to use them, but having them ready just in case. "Hope for the best," he muttered. "Prepare for the worst." Around 3 a.m., Walt's phone buzzed. Text from Dr. Chen. "Need to meet. Important. 7 a.m. tomorrow. Your place." His blood went cold. She was coming here, to his house. Tomorrow morning, before they could release the evidence, before they could control the narrative. "Emily," Walt called. "We've got a problem." She came running. Read the text. Went pale. "We move up the timeline," she said. "Release everything now. Tonight. Are people ready? They'll have to be." She started making calls, waking up lawyers, journalists, activists, telling them to stand by. Packages were coming now, immediately, Be ready to act. Mark uploaded everything to secure servers, sent out access codes. Within 30 minutes, a dozen different people in a dozen different cities had access to all their evidence. It's out there, Mark said. No taking it back now. Good, Emily said. Now we wait for morning. They spent the rest of the night preparing for Dr. Chen's visit. Practiced scenarios. What to say, how to handle questions, what to do if she brought backup. The creatures stayed hidden in the crawl space. No matter what happens, Walt told them, you stay quiet. You don't come out. Unless I say it's safe. Understand? Understand, the older one said. But Walt, if she's here to take us, she's not. I won't let her. You can't stop her. Not if she has others with her. Not if. I'll stop her, Walt said with more confidence than he felt. Trust me. Always trust you. That's the problem. Dawn came too fast and too slow at the same time. Grey light, cold morning. The kind of day that felt like an ending. At exactly 7 a.m., Dr. Chen's Subaru pulled into the driveway, but she wasn't alone. Behind her, 2 more vehicles. Terry's Park service truck, Sheriff Mackenzie's cruiser. Shit, Dave whispered. She brought the cavalry. Walt stepped out onto the porch. Emily, Dave, and Mark stayed inside, watching through windows. Dr. Chen got out first. Terry and Sheriff Mackenzie followed. Mr. Bergen, Dr. Chen said, thank you for making time. Didn't realize I had a choice. You always have choices. We all do. She looked at the house, at the woods behind it, at Walt's face. May we come in? What's this about? I think you know. Terry stepped forward. Walt, we've been finding evidence. Nests, tracks, hair samples, all within a mile of your property. Thermal imaging shows regular movement through this area, and every time we get close, something redirects us away. Someone redirects us away. You think I'm interfering with your investigation? I think you're protecting something, Dr. Chen said quietly. The question is what? Sheriff Mackenzie had his hand near his weapon. Not threatening, but ready. Walt, we need to search your property. We can do it with your permission or with a warrant. Your choice. They all looked at him, waiting for his answer. Behind him, through the door, Walt could hear the faintest sound. The younger one, scared, making a small whimper. The older one, shushing it desperately. Walt took a breath, made his choice. You want to search my property, he said. Then I want my lawyer present first. You don't have a lawyer, Terry said. I do now. Emily, he called. Call the number. Tell them to get here immediately. Emily appeared in the doorway, already called. They're 20 minutes out. Who? Dr. Chen asked. Environmental lawyers, animal rights specialists, civil liberties, attorneys. Take your pick. We've got 3 firms on retainer as of midnight last night. Dr. Chen's eyes narrowed. You were expecting this, preparing for it. Mr. Bergen, are you harboring an unidentified species on this property? The moment stretched. The question hung in the cold air. Walt thought about lying, about denying everything, playing dumb, buying more time. But he was done lying, done hiding, done pretending the weight of this wasn't crushing him. Yeah, he said. I am. The words fell like stones. Terry's jaw dropped. Sheriff Mackenzie's hand went to his weapon. Dr. Chen just stared. Where? She asked quietly. Inside, but you're not going in there without legal representation present. And you're not touching them without guarantees of their safety. Them? Terry's voice cracked. There's more than 1? 2. They're children, orphans. And I'm not letting you turn them into specimens. Dr. Chen looked at Sheriff Mackenzie. Can he do this? Legally? I don't know. Never dealt with a situation like this. But if he's harboring unknown wildlife... They're not wildlife, Walt interrupted. They're people, and I've got documentation to prove it. Documentation? Dr. Chen looked intrigued, despite herself. Video evidence, cognitive tests, language acquisition studies, medical records, everything you'd need to prove sapience, sentience, personhood. That's impossible. It's archived on 12 different servers as of 3 hours ago. Access codes have been distributed to attorneys, journalists, and activists across 4 states. You want to see it? You go through proper channels with proper legal protections in place first. Emily stepped out onto the porch beside her father. And just so we're clear, any attempt to forcibly enter this property, any threat to the safety of the beings inside, any action taken without due process, will result in immediate release of all evidence to media outlets. Your investigation will become the biggest news story of the decade, and you'll be remembered as the people who tried to violate the rights of intelligent beings. They don't have rights, Terry said. They're not human. That's exactly the argument. We're going to court to challenge, Emily said. And we've got very good lawyers. Dr. Chen studied them both. Then, slowly, she smiled. You beautiful, crazy son of a bitch. You actually did it. You built a legal strategy before going public. Had a good teacher, Walt said. My wife was a social worker. She taught me that the system can be used to protect people, if you know how to work it. Can I see them? Dr. Chen asked. Not to capture, not to study, just to see, to know they're real. No, the older one's voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned. The older creature stood there, the younger one behind it, both visible, both undeniable. You not see us like animals in zoo, the older one continued. You won't see us. You see us as people, equal, with respect. Dr. Chen's face cycled through shock, awe, wonder. You speak. Yes, I speak. I think. I feel. I grieve. Parents dead, killed by humans. Tribe gone, scared away by humans. We hear because Walt offered safety when nobody else would. The older one moved forward, standing beside Walt. You won't study us? Fine, we let you study, but on our terms, with our permission, and only if you promise protection. Real protection. Not cage, not lab. Freedom. Sheriff Mackenzie had his gun out now, pointed at the ground but ready. Walt, what the hell have you done? What needed doing? Walt said. Protected 2 kids who had nobody else. The sound of vehicles coming up the drive made them all turn. 3 cars, arriving fast. Lawyers, Walt realized. Emily's calls had brought them faster than expected. Out stepped a woman in her 40s, briefcase in hand, power suit despite the cold. Melissa Torres, environmental law. Who's in charge here? That would be me, Sheriff Mackenzie said. And you are? Legal representation for Mr. Bergen and his wards. I understand you're attempting to conduct a search without proper warrants or legal justification. I've got justification. He admitted to harboring unknown wildlife. Harboring sapient beings who've requested asylum, Torres corrected. Big difference. And I've got documentation proving their intelligence, their personhood, and their right to legal protection. She pulled out a tablet, started pulling up files. Cognitive test results showing reasoning skills equivalent to human children. Language acquisition documented over 4 weeks. Social behaviors indicating complex emotional intelligence. Medical records proving biological similarity to known protected species. You want to treat them as animals? I've got 3 different legal arguments why they're not. Another lawyer emerged from the second car. David Park, Civil Liberties. Mr. Bergen's wards are requesting asylum from persecution. Under both state and federal law, they're entitled to due process before any forcible relocation or detention. Dr. Chen was staring at the creatures, at the lawyers, at Walt. This is insane. This is history, Torres said, and you get to choose what side you're on. The side that protected intelligent beings, or the side that treated them as specimens. The standoff stretched, nobody moving, everyone weighing options. Finally, Dr. Chen lowered her phone. Sheriff, stand down. Ma'am, I said stand down. This is a scientific matter, not a criminal one. And Mr. Bergen's right, we need to approach this properly. She turned to Walt. I want full access to your documentation. I want to interview them with their permission, and with legal representation present. And I want to be part of the team that determines their legal status. Why would I trust you? Walt asked. Because I'm a scientist. And the worst thing a scientist can do is destroy what they're trying to study. These beings, if they're as intelligent as you claim, they're invaluable. Not as specimens, as teachers, as a bridge between species. She looked at the creatures. I swear to you, on everything I believe in, I will fight to protect you. But I need to know what you are. The older one looked at Walt. Your choice. You know her better. Walt studied Dr. Chen, saw genuine wonder in her eyes, not greed, saw curiosity, not cruelty. All right, he said. You can talk to them, here, with lawyers present. And if I don't like where it's going, it stops immediately. Agreed. They spent the next 6 hours in Walt's living room. Lawyers, scientists, creatures, humans, all negotiating the impossible. Dr. Chen asked questions. The creatures answered. She showed respect, maintained distance, never pushed. Slowly, the older one relaxed, started showing her things, carvings, writing, even demonstrated problem-solving skills. This is incredible, Dr. Chen kept saying. Do you understand what this means? You're proof that intelligence evolves in multiple forms. That consciousness isn't unique to humans. We already know that, the older one said. Question is, do humans care? Some of us do. Enough of you? Dr. Chen didn't have an answer for that. By afternoon, they'd hammered out a temporary agreement. The creatures would stay with Walt pending legal determination of their status. Dr. Chen could visit with notice, with permission to continue documentation. The evidence Walt had compiled would be shared with scientific community, but only through proper legal channels. Terry was furious. Sheriff Mackenzie was confused. But both agreed to the arrangement, pending final legal determination. After everyone left, lawyers, scientists, law enforcement, the house felt impossibly quiet. Walt sat in his chair, exhausted. Emily collapsed on the couch. Dave made coffee. Mark checked security systems, making sure nobody was lurking outside. The two creatures sat by the stove, processing everything that had happened. We did it, Emily said. Holy shit, Dad, we actually did it. Did what? Delayed the inevitable. No, changed the conversation. They're not just creatures anymore. They're beings with rights, with legal representation. That's huge. Or it's a target on their backs. The older one came over, touched Walt's shoulder. You tired? Yeah. Rest. We safe now. Safe is relative, but safer than yesterday. Tomorrow we fight more. Tonight we rest. It was wisdom from a 7-year-old creature who'd seen more hardship than most humans experienced in a lifetime. Yeah, Walt said. Tonight we rest. They made dinner, ate together, talked about what came next. Legal battles, media attention, the slow process of changing hearts and minds. But for tonight, they were together. They were safe. And they'd taken the first step towards something impossible. Outside, the stars came out. The woods were quiet. Somewhere out there, maybe the tribe was watching. Maybe they knew their children had survived another day. Inside, 5 humans and 2 creatures who shouldn't exist sat around a stove, bound by choice, by trust, by something deeper than species. Family, chosen, fought for, protected against all odds. And tomorrow, they'd fight again. But tonight, they were home. The next morning, Walt woke to his phone ringing off the hook. News had broken. Somehow, somewhere, someone had leaked. By sunrise, every major outlet was running the story. Unknown species, discovered in Michigan. Bigfoot real, claims local ranger. Intelligent beings, seek legal protection. The lawyers were furious. The leak had come too early, before legal protections were fully in place. Now the media circus was descending. By noon, Walt's driveway was packed. News vans, reporters, curious locals, even conspiracy theorists with cameras and wild theories. Sheriff Mackenzie had to set up a perimeter, keep people back. Walt kept the curtains drawn, the creatures hidden. But he could feel the pressure building, like living inside a pressure cooker. "We need to move them," Dave said. "Get them out of here before this gets worse." "Move them where?" "Every road out of here is blocked with media. Then we go cross-country. Through the woods. I know routes." Emily was pacing. "Moving them makes it look like we're running, like we did something wrong. Staying here makes them sitting targets," Mark countered. They were still arguing when the knock came. Not at the front door, at the back. 3 knocks. Pause. 1 more. Walt's blood went cold. He went to the window, pulled the curtain aside slightly. The elder stood there, and behind him, the entire tribe, 20, maybe 30 individuals. All visible, all waiting. They came back, the older one whispered, appearing beside Walt. The tribe came back. Walt opened the door slowly. The elder stood on the porch, massive and imposing, but its eyes were gentle. It made a sound, that low warbling call. The older one responded. They communicated for several minutes, back and forth. Finally, the older one turned to Walt. "Elder says, tribe left to protect us, draw attention away. But now that humans know we exist, hiding is over. Tribe comes together, all together now." "They want to come in?" Walt asked. "No, they want us come out, come home to tribe." Walt's chest tightened. "Is that what you want?" The older one looked at its sibling, then at Emily, Dave, Mark, at the house that had been their sanctuary. "Don't know what we want," it said quietly. "Tribe is family, blood family, but you family too, heart family. How we choose between." Emily knelt beside the older one. "You don't have to choose. You can have both." "How?" "If we go with tribe, we leave you. If we stay, we leave them. Then we figure out a third option," Emily said. "Maybe you spend time with both. Maybe we all learn to be one big family." The elder made another sound. The older one translated. "Elder says humans will come for tribe now, with cameras, with weapons, with machines. Hiding is over. Must fight or run. Want to know which you choose." Walt stepped out onto the porch, facing the elder directly. They looked at each other, old ranger and old creature, both protectors, both tired, both determined. "You've been watching over your people for how long?" Walt asked. The older one translated. The elder held up a hand, fingers spread. "More times than could be counted. And in all that time, you've had to hide, had to run, had to watch your people die." A nod, sad and heavy. "I can't promise I can protect you all," Walt said, "but I can promise I'll try. And I've got people, good people who'll help. Lawyers, scientists who actually care, activists who'll fight for you. It's not much, but it's more than hiding alone." The elder looked at him for a long moment. Then it did something unexpected. It knelt, placed both hands flat on the porch. The gesture of honor. But more than that, respect between equals. It's saying yes. The older one breathed. "Tribe will stay, will fight with us." The next weeks were chaos. Legal battles raged. The state of Michigan tried to claim jurisdiction over the creatures as wildlife. Federal government argued they fell under endangered species protection. Animal rights groups filed briefs claiming personhood. Religious organizations weighed in on theological implications. Scientists formed camps, those who wanted to study, those who wanted to protect, those who wanted both. Through it all, Melissa Torres and her legal team fought like hell. "The key is establishing precedent," she explained to Walt over coffee one morning. "We're using a combination of strategies, arguing they're refugees, seeking asylum, arguing they're a sentient species deserving protection, even arguing they're indigenous people with land rights. Will any of it work? Honestly, I don't know. We're in completely uncharted legal territory. But we're making noise, making it impossible to ignore." Meanwhile, Dr. Chen had become an unexpected ally. She published papers with the creature's permission documenting their intelligence, their language, their social structures. Not as specimens, but as people. I've spent my career studying primates, she told Walt, searching for the line between human and animal. Turns out the line is blurry. And these beings are proof that intelligence, consciousness, personhood, it's not about species, it's about mind, about heart. She worked with the tribe, learning their ways, their history, their culture. They had stories, going back generations. Oral histories of the land before humans, of watching civilization encroach, of learning to hide, to survive. They're not primitive, Dr. Chen said. They're adapted. They chose a different path than humans, chose community over technology, sustainability over expansion, and they've survived for millennia. The media coverage shifted slowly. At first, it had been sensational monsters in Michigan. But as footage emerged of the creatures speaking, creating art, showing empathy, the narrative changed. They weren't monsters, they were people. Different people, but people nonetheless. Public opinion started to turn. Polls showed majority support for protection. Petitions circulated. Children drew pictures of the creatures, sent them to Walt's house. Don't let them hurt the forest people, one letter read. They're nice, but not everyone was sympathetic. Hunters organized, claimed the creatures were dangerous, should be eliminated. Some religious groups declared them demonic. Conspiracy theorists insisted they were government experiments. And there were still those who wanted them captured, studied, controlled. Threats came. Death threats against Walt, against Emily, against the lawyers. Someone spray-painted Monster Lover on Walt's truck. A rock came through his window one night. Sheriff Mackenzie increased patrols. Dave and Mark took turns standing guard. The tribe itself formed a protective circle around Walt's property at night. This is what humans do, the older one said, watching news coverage of protests. Hate what they don't understand. Some humans, Emily corrected. Not all of us. Enough of you. Too many. It was hard to argue. 6 weeks after going public, they got their first court victory. A federal judge ruled that the creatures could not be detained without due process, that they had a right to legal representation, that any attempts to forcibly capture them would be treated as false imprisonment. It wasn't full personhood, but it was a start. Torres called Walt with the news. We did it. First step, they're legally protected, pending final determination. How long until final determination? Could be years. These cases move slowly, but in the meantime, they're safe from forced detention. Walt told the creatures. The older one cried actual tears, streaming down its face. Safe. Really safe. Safer, Walt said. Not completely, but safer. The younger one, still recovering from its illness but getting stronger, asked, "What we do now?" "Now," Emily said. "Now we figure out how to live." They settled into a new normal. Strange and uncomfortable, but normal. The tribe built a small settlement in the woods near Walt's property. Not permanent, not elaborate, but enough. Shelters, cooking areas, communal spaces. Dr. Chen and her team carefully vetted, respectfully managed, set up a research station nearby, studying, learning, documenting, always with permission, always with respect. The older one and its sibling split their time between the tribe and Walt's house. Some nights they slept in the settlement, learning the old ways from the elder, connecting with their culture. Other nights they slept by Walt's stove, learning about humans, practicing English, watching nature documentaries with wonder. 2 worlds, the older one said. We live in 2 worlds now. Is that hard? Walt asked. Yes, but also good. We get to understand both. Maybe that makes us. What's word? Bridge. Yeah. Bridge between species. I like being bridge. Emily extended her leave indefinitely. Quit her job in Chicago. Started working remotely as a consultant. Mark did the same. They rented a house in Munising, close enough to help, but far enough to give Walt space. You don't have to stay, Walt told her. You've got a life. I had a life, Emily corrected. Now I have a purpose. There's a difference. She'd become the creature's primary teacher, working with them daily, expanding their vocabulary, teaching them about human society, helping them navigate this impossible situation. And she was learning too. The older one taught her the tribe's language, those warbling calls that carried meaning humans couldn't quite replicate, but could start to understand. Taught her about the forest in ways she'd never known, showed her how to move silently, how to read weather, how to find food humans overlooked. Mom would have loved this, Emily said to Walt one evening. Learning from them, teaching them. She always said education was a two-way street. She would have been good at it. Better than me. You're doing fine, Dad. I'm stumbling through. We all are. But you're doing it. That's what matters. Winter deepened. Snow piled high. The media circus died down. Not gone, but reduced to background noise. Legal battles continued, but at a slower pace. Christmas came. Walt hadn't celebrated in 3 years. Hadn't seen the point after Claire died. But Emily insisted, we're doing this. All of us. She put up a tree, small one, nothing fancy. Made cookies. Cooked a huge dinner. Invited Dave, Mark, Dr. Chen, even Torres the lawyer. And the creatures, of course. The older one, the younger one, and the elder, representing the tribe. They crowded into Walt's small house. Humans and creatures, eating together, laughing together. The younger one got into the cookie dough, made a mess. The elder tried eggnog, made a face that had everyone howling. Dave told stories. Emily sang carols. Mark attempted to explain Christmas traditions, gave up when the questions got too philosophical. So humans celebrate the cold and dark by bringing trees inside and covering them in lights. The older one asked, basically, yeah, why? Hell, if I know. Tradition. Tradition is doing things because always done that way. Pretty much. Seems silly. Most traditions are. But the older one seemed charmed by it anyway. Helped decorate. Hung ornaments with careful hands. Stared at the lights like they were magic. That night, after everyone had gone home or to bed, Walt sat in his chair, the creatures curled up nearby, the tree glowing softly. He looked at Claire's photo on the mantel. Next to it, the shrine had grown. Cedar branch, wooden bird, pine cone, carvings, tokens of connection. We did something impossible, he told her silently. We built a family out of nothing, out of strangers and grief and desperate choices. And somehow it worked. Somehow we're still here. The photo didn't answer, but he felt her presence anyway. Approval, maybe, pride. Love that doesn't end, just because life does. On New Year's Eve, the older one came to Walt with a question. In human culture, New Year is important. Yes? Yeah. Fresh start. New beginnings. We do something similar. When child becomes adult, we have ceremony. Recognition. Elder speaks. Tribe witnesses. Like a coming-of-age ritual? Yes. That. The older one hesitated. I want to have ceremony. Soon. With tribe and with humans. Both families present. You're ready for that? Don't know if ready. But parents gone. Must step forward anyway. Become adult. Take responsibility. You're 7 years old. In your counting. In our way, I adult now. Sibling is my charge. Must protect. Must provide. Must carry family forward. Walt felt the weight of that. A child forced to become an adult too soon. He knew that feeling. Had seen it in soldiers, in young parents, in anyone's circumstance had pushed beyond their years. When do you want to do this? He asked. 1 week. Give time to prepare. Give time for everyone to come. I'll be there. Will you speak? At ceremony? Me? I'm not part of your tribe. You are family. Both families. You speak for humans. Elder speaks for tribe. Both give blessing. What would I say? Truth. Whatever truth you feel. They held the ceremony on a clear, cold night. January 7th. Full moon rising over frozen forest. The tribe gathered in a clearing near Walt's property. 30 individuals, maybe more. All ages, all sizes, silent and solemn. They formed a circle, leaving space in the center. The humans came too. Walt, Emily, Dave, Mark, Dr. Chen, Torres, Linda, Dr. Reeves, Harold from the hardware store, even Sheriff Mackenzie. All the people who'd helped, who'd fought, who'd chosen to stand with them. 2 circles. Inner circle of creatures, outer circle of humans. 2 species, 1 ceremony. The elder stepped forward, made sounds long, elaborate, formal. Walt couldn't understand the words, but felt the weight of them. Ritual language, passed down through generations. The older one stood in the center, the younger one beside it, both trembling slightly but standing tall. The elder placed a hand on each of their heads, spoke more, then gestured to Walt. "Your turn," Emily whispered. "Say something." Walt stepped into the circle, stood before these 2 creatures who'd stumbled into his life during a storm and changed everything. "I don't know your language," he said. "And I don't know your customs, but I know grief. I know loss. I know what it's like to survive when part of you wants to give up." The older one translated for the tribe in warbling tones. "When you came to my door, I was barely living, going through motions, waiting to die. You gave me a reason to wake up, a reason to fight, a reason to matter again." His voice cracked. He didn't try to hide it. "Your parents would be proud of you, of how brave you've been, how strong, how you protected your sibling when you were barely more than a child yourself. That's not something you learn. That's who you are." The older one's eyes were wet. "So I say this, not as human to creature, but as someone who loves you to someone he's proud of. Step forward, become who you're meant to be, and know that no matter what happens, you have family. 2 families, and we're not letting you go." The tribe made sounds approval, agreement, acceptance. The elder placed both hands on Walt's shoulders, then pressed them to the ground. Honor shared. Then the elder did something unexpected. It reached into a leather pouch, pulled out something small, approached Walt, pressed it into his hand. A carved stone, smooth, river-worn, with a symbol carved into it, a circle with 2 lines intersecting. "The mark of family," the older one later explained. "The symbol of belonging. You are tribe now," the older one translated. "Elder says you are one of us, by choice, by action, by heart. You are ours, we are yours." Walt closed his hand around the stone, unable to speak. The ceremony continued. Other members of the tribe came forward, touched the 2 young ones, offered blessings or gifts or sounds of support. Then the humans came forward too. Emily hugged them both, crying. Dave pressed carved figures into their hands. Dr. Chen gave them books. Mark gave them a tablet loaded with music and movies. Torres gave them legal documents, proof of their protected status, laminated and official. When it was over, when both circles had completed, the tribe sang. Walt had heard their calls before communication, warning, greeting. But this was different. This was music, pure and haunting, voices blending in harmonies humans couldn't quite replicate. Old songs, maybe, songs from before humans came. Songs of the forest, of survival, of family continuing despite everything. The humans listened, transfixed. Some were crying. Others just stood in awe. When the song ended, the silence felt sacred. "Thank you," the older one said to everyone, humans and creatures alike. "Thank you for see us, for fight for us, for let us belong." They broke camp slowly. The tribe drifted back into the woods. The humans returned to vehicles, to houses, to normal lives that would never quite be normal again. Walt, Emily, Dave, and Mark walked back to Walt's house. The 2 creatures came with them, still buzzing with energy from the ceremony. "That was incredible," Emily said. "Did you feel it? The energy? The connection?" "Yeah," Walt said. "I felt it. You're part of their tribe now. Officially, apparently. How does that feel?" Walt thought about it. About the stone in his pocket. About the elder's hands on his shoulders. About 30 creatures accepting him as one of their own. Feels right, he said finally. Feels like coming home. Spring came slowly. The legal battles continued. Some victories, some defeats. Public opinion remained divided, but protections held. The creatures were safe, not completely, never completely, but safer than they'd been. Dr. Chen's research gained traction. Other scientists came carefully vetted, respectfully managed to learn, to document, to understand. The tribe became living proof that intelligence wasn't unique to humans. That consciousness took many forms, that the line between us and them was blurrier than anyone had thought. Universities started offering courses on interspecies communication. Philosophers debated the nature of personhood. Religious leaders grappled with theological implications. Children grew up knowing there were other intelligent beings in the world, accepting it as normal. It wasn't perfect. There were still threats, still people who wanted the creatures captured, or killed, or controlled. But the coalition that had formed lawyers, scientists, activists, ordinary people who'd been moved by the story, they held the line. The older one grew, taller, stronger, more confident. Started teaching younger members of the tribe how to speak English, how to understand humans. Became a bridge, like it had said. The younger one recovered fully from its illness, grew bold and curious, asked 1,000 questions about everything. Emily and Mark moved permanently to Munizing, built a life there. Emily started a non-profit bridge initiative, supporting communication between species, protecting intelligent beings, promoting understanding. It grew fast. Donations poured in. Other scientists joined. It became something real, something lasting. Dave stayed in Walt's guest room, said he'd leave eventually, never did. Became part of the landscape, part of the family. And Walt? Walt kept living, kept fighting, kept showing up every day. His health wasn't great, heart still struggling, knees still aching, body reminding him constantly that 70 wasn't young. But he was alive, really alive. For the first time since Claire died, 1 year after the creatures knocked on his door during that storm, Walt sat on his porch watching the sunrise. The older one joined him, taller now, nearly 6 feet. Voice deeper, still learning, still growing, but different, more confident, more itself. Year ago today, it said, "We came here, cold, scared, alone. I remember. You saved us. You saved me too." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The woods were waking up, birds singing, squirrels chattering, life returning after the long winter. "What happens now?" the older one asked. "Now, we keep going, keep fighting, keep building this strange family we made. What if it falls apart? What if humans change minds? What if? Then we adapt, we survive, same as always." "You really believe that?" Walt thought about it. About Claire, about Emily, about 40 years as a ranger, about opening his door in a storm and letting the impossible inside. "Yeah," he said, "I believe that." The older one leaned against him, familiar gesture now. Trust made physical. "Thank you, Walt, for everything. Thank you for knocking." Emily emerged from inside, carrying coffee. "You two are up early." "Couldn't sleep," Walt said. "Me neither." She handed them mugs, sat on the porch rail. "I was thinking about Mom, about what she'd say if she could see all this." "She'd say I told you so," Walt said. "She always knew I was capable of more than I gave myself credit for. She'd be proud." "Yeah, she would." They watched the sun climb higher, painting the snow in shades of pink and gold. A new day, another chance to get it right. Somewhere in the woods, the tribe was waking up too, starting their routines, living their lives, no longer hiding quite so much. Still cautious, still careful, but less afraid. Protected by law, by science, by a group of humans who'd chosen to stand with them. It wasn't perfect, would never be perfect. But it was something. It was hope. It was possibility. It was proof that sometimes, when you open the door to the impossible walks in and makes you better. Walt's phone buzzed. Another lawyer calling. Another interview request. Another meeting about policy or legislation or public relations. The work never stopped, but he didn't mind. Because the work mattered. Because every day they kept fighting was another day the creatures stayed safe. "All right," he said, standing with a groan. "Day's not getting any younger, and neither am I. Let's get to work." "What work?" the older one asked. "Living, fighting, building something better than what we started with." Walt smiled. "You know, the usual." They went inside together, human, creature, family. The door closed behind them. The stove crackled to life. Coffee brewed. Another day began, and in the woods beyond, the elder watched, satisfied, protected. Its children were safe. The human could be trusted. The unlikely alliance would hold. For now, for today, that was enough. Sometimes the quietest stories are the ones that reach deepest into the heart. Not the ones shouted from mountaintops, but the ones whispered through pine trees, folded into the sound of snow melting on an old tin roof, or echoed in the space between three knocks. Stories not about glory or spectacle, but about mercy, about the simple act of opening a door. Walter Bergen opened his door on a winter night and let the impossible inside. In doing so, he saved 2 orphaned creatures, but they saved him too, gave him purpose, gave him family, gave him a reason to keep fighting when everything in him wanted to quit. Sometimes what we believe we've lost forever is not gone, only transformed, carried elsewhere, preserved, returned in ways we didn't expect, wrapped in forms we weren't taught to recognize. Grief and grace are often neighbors. One opens the gate, and the other waits on the porch. Maybe the measure of a life isn't in what we keep, but in what we're willing to share, even when no one's looking. In the courage it takes to choose trust, not once, but again and again. To believe that somewhere beyond the fear, beyond the rules, beyond everything we've been told, there's a world that's still listening, still watching, still willing to answer back. And if we're lucky, if we're quiet, if we pay attention, we just might hear it. 3 knocks in the storm, an answer in the warmth, a family forged from impossible choices, and a reminder that sometimes the bravest thing we can do is open the door and believe in the impossible. Because sometimes what we save in a moment of compassion is what will save us for the rest of our lives. That's Walt's story. For everyone who commented 6 at the start, appreciate you riding along. There's always more waiting in the woods.